Hey, what is up, everybody? There we go. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I am well. I am fine. I hope you're doing well as well. Busy this week. But you know, I'm twice as busy with a quarter of the output. Things did change around here, so yeah, doing my best. And also we're doing our best to get you guys the okay, I have the details on a couple of very special systems that we've been cooking up for a couple months. But of course, there are always going to be complications whenever you try to do something outside the norm. So that's just how that goes. But this is an experiment in trying to fix Black Friday. So we'll talk about that, and we'll help out a couple of people with their specific needs and budget. Of course, that's what we do. But I hope you guys are doing good. Okay, just move that there, this here, click that, go here, click this, click that, cool. All that is ready to go. So let's start this off by saying hi to people. Hi, people. I know. Okay, so we can also talk about the editing situation. I don't think we've talked about that too much. Did we talk about that last stream with the unboxing stream? I think I was too focused, which is good. Being focused is not a bad thing. But it is a fundamental change in how the channel works and how much I can do. Unfortunately, basically what it affects the most is not pre-built. It did affect pre-built, rebuild, but system integrators weekly, because that is most of what Mr. Cuddles did. Was every Sunday would spend some hours editing system integrators weekly. And I no longer have somebody doing that. And it was a critical function. But yeah, it happens. Yeah, so yeah, I was saying hi to everybody. Hi, Broga6874, how's it going? Coggle, how you doing? Crash, welcome. How you doing, Braithwaite? I'm playing Dota, right? And having a huge thing of green tea. Cool. It's got a new 4K OLED monitor. Sweet, bro. That's awesome. What's up, Hoodie Man? How's it going? I'm also a hoodie person, as you can tell. Rarutu, welcome. Over in YouTube land, Steve, how are you? Spectrum. I mean, is that a UK thing? Or I mean, you know, is that a thing over there across the pond? Is that what that is? Question, do they celebrate Thanksgiving in the UK? Ah, interesting question. It is mostly a US holiday. We don't have to Thanksgiving, we have Remembrance, and well, yeah, 5th of November, right? That already happened. Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I can't remember a 5th of November that should ever be forgot. I think that's how that goes. Oh, you mentioned V for Vendetta. Okay, yeah, that's where I know that from. Guy Fawkes, of course. That's where I learned to make eggs in a basket, actually. It's from that movie. AJ, I have not had a chance to look at that yet, but I will. What's up, Dave? How's it going? And Sailor X, of course. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Bray, PC Builder is giving bad pre-built advice on his channel. Well, here's the thing. I want more people to cover pre-builds. What's going to happen when that occurs? You're going to get different opinions. Opinions are exactly that. I have my reasons for recommending, because I remember you mentioning something about it. They're recommending Cyberpower, and I have my reasons, and I have a resource that they don't have, which is you guys reporting stuff in the SI Testimonials group of channels in the Discord. PC Builder doesn't have that, so they're working with limited information there. We all are always working with some kind of limitation to information, right? That's just how it goes. What's up, Alice? Welcome. How are you doing? Good evening to you as well. Robert Fixit, what's going on? Gabriel, welcome. Bray, did you actually accidentally build Hell 9000? What, did I? Where? Where's he at? What happened? Sorry, I got home dinner last night, took a nap at 8 p.m. Yeah, otherwise would have better cooked you. It's okay. It's okay. We'll look at age. It's an indie game. Interesting. I thought you were saying like Dota, but like playing some Dota-age. Yeah, bro, like, yeah, I'll get some sick Dota-age. You know? Italian indie game. Cool. B for Vendetta. Is that like Bayonetta kind of thing? Is that what we're... Spectrum 48K computer is a Brit icon from 8292. Oh, okay. Interesting. Gateway computer drug for a million Brit PC geeks. There's BBC movie, Microban, all about it. It's on the internet database, legit free. Sweet. Sweet. Very cool. Messing around with Windows 8. Cool. I didn't like Windows 8. It's really easy, guys, to keep track of when a Windows update is going to be good, when a version of Windows is going to be good. You follow the Star Trek rules, okay? It follows Star Trek rules. One version will be great, the next version sucks, the version after that is good, next version sucks. It's been that way since, I think, Windows 98, and then Windows ME, then Windows XP, Windows Vista, then Windows 7, then Windows 8, then Windows 10, then Windows 11. Yeah, it follows the whole thing. But yeah, so what's up, Neil Gardner? How's it going? Welcome. So let's talk real quick about no, I think we already did talk about it. Okay, so let's talk real quick about the special thing that I did I did for let me see, I should have it here. I mean, I'll go over the details and I'll talk to you about the details, but there we go. Okay, so what I wanted to do. So what it in essence happened was, I worked directly with. Okay. Let's start this over. All right, listen up. Here's how it works. Black Friday to me, in many cases, and not all cases, but in many cases, actually, let me. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and record this locally. And I'm gonna go ahead and do that and do this. Okay. Now here's the deal. In many cases, to me, Black Friday, not in every case, but in many cases, Black Friday, you go in and you look at deals out there, and there's a level of uncertainty. You know you might be getting a crazy deal. You know you might not. A lot of them are gonna have like timers on them, where you only have a certain amount of time to make that decision, that choice. And then you don't know what you're going to get motherboard-wise. You don't know what you're going to get power supply-wise on a PC. Whether the storage will be any good. Whether the case, you know, I mean, you can see the case. You maybe see some fans. You don't know if the picture is going to represent what you're actually going to get. And when I was discussing this with Jeff over at Skytech, he was like, all right, what do you want to do? Why don't we just work with you? You pick the parts, we'll build the PCs. So we did that. And the goal was to get you, the goal was not to get you the cheapest PC on the planet, because that's how you end up in those situations where you have so many questions about what you're going to, the emotes are, oh, I should be recording directly on my camera. I'll take a break. I might post this as a video, basically, is what I'm saying. Still had canon me that Vista's XP with the Windows 7 skin. It was an in-between thing, kind of. Braxton, I hope you're doing well too. Absolutely. Deep Stank P. What could it mean for? Oh, Igor, thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to the community. Let's go, nerds. That's a tier 1 sub for Vinor and Tails Gaming 98. Welcome to the Swarm and welcome to the stream, Igor. How's it going? So, okay. The goal is not to do the cheapest PCs possible. You can go get that already. That's a thing that already exists. And that's how you end up in those situations with questionable motherboard, questionable storage, questionable power supply. Oh my goodness. But no, that wasn't the goal here. The goal was to handpick the components and sell the PCs at a very competitive price. But it's not doorbusters. Doorbusters are how you get questionable products. Seriously, or stuff that's been sitting on the shelf forever. When I tell you the specs of these PCs, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying when I tell you that this is not going to be stuff that was just gathering dust on the shelves that they needed to get rid of. And when you look at Skytech, they do high volume. They're a high volume seller. And of course that comes with its own caveats. That's how that goes. And that's how you compete in that market. And that's how all of the big higher volume sellers compete in that market. But this was a goal to do something a little different there. And even in a way, it competes with some of their own products pretty strongly. So what we did, because I have my charts of budgets that people come in with, is we have 2 price points, okay? A price point of $12.99 and $19.99. Now those are not too far away from each other, but it does make a big difference in what you get. So what I said was, let's make them to a different purpose. Both of these systems can somewhat game at the same level. What? What's that about? Game at the same level? Both of these? Why is there? Well, one of them is meant for 1440p gaming at a high level, period. Just 1440p gaming at $12.99. $12.99 out the door, shipped, warranted, built, not in that order. Okay. The other one is for gaming and streaming specifically, because out of all of the use cases listed in my form that you can choose, and you can choose multiple use cases: gaming, streaming, content creation / video editing, pro gaming / esports, graphic design, 3D design, all of the music production, all those things. The number one choice other than gaming is streaming. Nearly half of you guys, 40% to 50% of you guys want to try streaming. You want to do it. That doesn't mean everyone is like that, but that means my audience is like that. So, with that in mind, I wanted a PC that could do the gaming thing at a really attractive entry point for price, and the other one that can do gaming and streaming with zero compromises. And that includes me choosing the motherboard. Y'all know how freaking particular I am about the motherboards. So, let's go over what some of these specs are. So first off, for the $12.99 system, we're looking at, and bear with me here, okay, for the CPU, a Ryzen 7 7700 CPU. That's a weird choice. Well, why that one? Well, first off, they were getting these at a very competitive price, very close to the 7600, like very close to that. And there's no reason not to get a couple of extra cores if you can. So I was like, yes, that's cool. If someone just wants to get this to game, and later on they change their mind and they want to do more than that, they have 8 cores, 16 threads, good to go. Plus, because it's not a 7700X, It can be cooled with a 6-pipe tower air cooler, and that handles that perfectly. And another thing is at 1440p, you don't need a super fast CPU for gaming because it's a higher resolution. And the GPU itself is putting out fewer frames per second, and there's less work for the CPU to do. It's more GPU bound. And speaking of that GPU, what GPU did we choose? None other than the AMD Radeon 7800 XT. 7800 XT in a $1299 system. So, you might be thinking, Bray, okay, so you did that. You did all CPU, all GPU, everything else had to take a back seat, right? To get this thing to be a more budget-oriented system. No, no, no. I wasn't having that. I didn't just want to get any old DDR5 RAM that we could throw in there. It has to be DDR5 because it's AM5. And if you want to make it budget, you could cheap out on the RAM. Nope, we're going DDR5 6000, 32 gigs. Because if you're playing something like Escape from Tarkov, you can't get by with 16 gigs. Escape from Tarkov is terribly optimized. It uses a lot of system memory. And what about the storage? Well, you can go old, PCIe Gen 3, something like that. Nope, we went with the Kingston NV2 PCIe Gen 4. It is more entry-level PCIe Gen 4, and it's 1 terabyte. But at this price point, it's great. And with this motherboard, which I'm about to get to, you have options to add more storage very easily. Now, about the motherboard. This was an interesting situation. It's going to be counterintuitive, trust me. But my limitation was to work within what Skytech had in stock. And I wanted B650 for this gaming-only system. As it turned out, most of the B650 boards they had were B650M. And we were not going with a micro ATX case. And y'all know how I feel about a micro ATX motherboard in a full ATX case. It is wrong. It is not good. It is against the laws of nature, in my opinion. It is not good. Not ideal. You're baking bad cable management right into the crust. So apparently, I mean, the thing is, SIs buy things in bulk. They do this kind of stuff. And that allows them to do really good prices if they're doing high volume. We had to go, in order to have full ATX, we had to go with an X870 motherboard. So you're getting one of the highest end chipsets for AM5 right now. X870-P Asus Prime with Wi-Fi 7 on this thing. Wi-Fi 7. Now, it has not a stupendous amount of I/O, but this is a gaming machine, so that's perfect. But this is, although I hate to use the term, we don't use the term future-proofed around here, but it, in a way, kind of is. USB 4, you have better DDR5 compatibility, all that kind of good stuff. And great power delivery, great VRM cooling, all that good stuff. Great options for adding storage, and decent I/O. So, yeah, in this $1299 system, you're getting an X870 motherboard with Wi-Fi 7. It's bananas. What case are we going to... Oh, you know what? I'm not going to do the case just yet. Now, for the CPU cooler, we're going with a six heat pipe tower air cooler, which is fine for the 7700, Ryzen 7 7700. Totally fine. And the case we're using, you can later on, if you want, upgrade to an AIO. That's one of the ways that we got this to where it's at $1299, because we chose a very competent and adaptable CPU that also runs really cool and efficiently. So it allows for that. And then what do we use to power all of this? Because, oh boy, let me tell you something. One of the quickest ways to doom yourself, potentially, to shoot yourself in the foot when you're trying to budget out for your PC, is to skimp on the power supply. But looking through what Skytech had, I found a hidden gem. Oh yes, I found a hidden gem. It turns out that among sort of mid-range power supplies, Cougar is actually kicking butt. Because Cougar makes a GEX 850 power supply that is gold rated tier B on the PSU Cultist tier list, meaning it is a peak example of that tier. And tier B is, as you might imagine from the way the alphabet works, just under tier A. So this thing has future upgradability up the wazoo, socket AM5, full ATX motherboard for expandability and PCIe slots, and an 850 watt highly rated power supply. All for freaking $12.99. And it is wrapped into a gorgeous new case from Montech, the XR, the Montech XR. It's a case that is at retail hard to get a hold of because it sells a lot. It sells really quickly. And it's a gorgeous case. So that's just the $12.99 system. That's it. That's just one of them. Asterisk 919 says, do you have a Alexander PC's discount code right now? Yes, it is Brayathorn. It's just my name. I probably need to change that in the Discord. It's Brayathorn. That's $50 off anything on Alexander PCs. That's over $1,000. X870 for $1,200. No, X870 for $12.99. Is X870 worth the extra cost versus the 670? Says asks Ace Tone. Well, that's a good question. Where its value is in that they had a high volume of them. They had a lot of them ready to go, and we needed them. So this is actually Skytech saying, oh, we're going to make a little bit less money on this, but it's going to fit your requirement that it's full ATX in an ATX case. And Skytech was like, all right, here you go. Yo, what's up, B-Mock? How's it going? Welcome, buddy. How's it going? Kevin Davis, what's up? Big Cash, how's it going? Stoop Low, what's up? 7800 XT or 7700 XT for 1440p. If you can do 7800 XT, go 7800 XT. That's what we're doing in Bray system number 1, the 1299 system. And there's actually a little extra detail to these that I'm going to tell you about at the end that you're going to really love. Okay, and well, maybe I'll save that for the reveal on stream because I'm gonna here's the fun part. I'm gonna do a stream where I build both of these systems. I'm gonna build both systems in one stream. Oh God, it's gonna take like all day, and it might even have to be on Thanksgiving because they're overnighting the parts to me right now. If it can be tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow. I don't know. But okay. So that's just one system, okay? $12.99 for all of that stuff that I told you. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Sorry, one second. Sorry about that. Okay. Look at Igor and BMOC. How's it going, guys? Glad to see both of you. What's up, Angry Beaver? How's it going? I think it's cheaper than I can build it buying parts from retail. See, that was one of our goals. To have these systems be at the same price or cheaper than a PC part picker list you have to build yourself, and have it be built, warranted, and shipped for that price, same PC part picker price or less. We'll see if we succeeded, because that's freaking hard, guys, for a system integrator to do. Doing good, doing good. For those of you who are looking for specific help right now, I'm going over something right now. But for those of you who are looking for help right now, If you're watching on YouTube, please click the link in the description. The first thing that's right there, the very first thing, it says if you're looking for help, please click. There you go. You fill out that form. It'll put you into the database, and I will help you out in the order in which people fill out the form. Don't rush through it, because if you ignore the instructions in there, then I get to roast you on stream. It's lots of fun. Anyway, okay. So what was I saying? Oh, on Twitch, there is a link that keeps popping up from Stream Elements. It says, "Want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs?" That's the one. You need to click that link in that chat, that scheduled timer chat right there. Okay. Now, what about the higher end system? Sort of a high mid-range system that we did for $19.99. What the heck is that thing gonna have? Well, here's the fun thing. Remember, this system is aimed at someone who wants to game and stream on one system, okay? And I aimed it for similar performance at 1440p, but more capability. And also, if you're going to be streaming, it's a little bit more aesthetically. I mean, they're both going to be aesthetically striking, but this one's going to be above and beyond in that regard. Plus, it has to have tons of I/O as well on the motherboard, and it has to have a CPU that is going to be even better than the 7700 when it comes to gaming and streaming. So, here's what we did. For $19.99, we managed to get the 9800X3D into this system. And let me explain why I wanted that particular CPU. First off, this is the ultimate expression of the intention from Skytech and myself to not just sell you whatever's gathering dust on the shelf, but instead a high demand item that is literally being scalped right now in a system for $19.99 that can game at an awesome level at 1440p and stream. And because the 9800X3D, with AMD having moved 3D cache underneath the core complex die, it is now more able to have higher frequencies, to operate at better temperatures, cool itself more effectively and efficiently, and it has better multi-threaded performance for productivity, for all kinds of applications. In fact, it beats its non-3D cache version for the very first time ever since AMD first launched an X3D chip. The X3D, or the 3D V-cache version, has always fallen behind its non-3D V-cache version of the Ryzen 7 ever since that launch, because that non-3D V-cache one could always hit higher frequencies. But now you get top-level gaming performance, plus you get better performance in productivity, in multi-threaded applications, and things like that. It is literally the perfect CPU for a gaming and streaming machine. Period. So why wouldn't I choose that one for this? Now, we paired that because this one's meant for streaming. I know for a fact that AMD cards have improved greatly when it comes to streaming, but they're still not quite at the level of NVIDIA, and it's close. But if I wanted to make this thing an ultimate streaming machine for $2,000, period, out the door, shipped, warranted, everything, I figured we should just go NVIDIA. So we went with a 4070 Super in this thing. And as I stated, it's close in performance to the other systems for 1440p gaming applications. But you now have NVIDIA, you have CUDA cores, okay, you have DLSS 3.0, you have all that good stuff from NVIDIA, including NVIDIA Broadcast, which you can't get with AMD. Even though they have some kind of solution that's sort of similar, it's not as advanced as NVIDIA Broadcast. I wanted that to be an option for whoever got this. I gotta wait for this thing to, there we go, okay. Okay, beyond that, now here's one of the weird things. This system's more expensive than Bray System number 1. Should we call it Bray Friday system? I don't know. I'm not a marketing genius. Or am I? Anyway, even though it's more expensive than the other system, this one's getting an X670E motherboard. It's got the E at the end, so it's a dual chipset, but it's the X670E. But this is one of my favorite motherboards of all time from this generation. which is the MSI X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi motherboard, which comes in at a great price while giving you 4 M.2 sockets, great power delivery and VRM cooling, and tons of rear I/O. It is kind of the perfect motherboard. No kidding. And as a matter of fact, the testing department, the IT and testing department over at Skytech, we were just jamming about that motherboard. Like, oh, that thing is awesome. It's great. It's basically the perfect motherboard for all applications, but a little overboard for just gaming. It's also excellent looking. It's got that silver and teal aesthetic, which is perfect because of something I'll tell you in just a bit. But let's talk about some of the other components. Okay, this thing, because it's a perfectly reasonable application of the same power supply, is also getting that excellent Cougar GEX 850 power supply, 850 watt, 80 plus gold, and it is a, again, gold rated tier B power supply. So this thing, we're not going with a $4,000 system for this collab system. There's no reason to go with a really big, high-end, expensive power supply. This thing is going to do everything you need, and it is very, very highly rated by people who know way more about power supplies than I do. So I bow to their expertise. That's PSU Cultist and their tier list. Okay? And then this has a 2 terabyte NV2. Okay, 2 terabytes of storage in this, PCIe Gen 4. All right. And the storage is going to be plenty to start out with, and you have 3 more M.2 sockets to throw in there, throw more storage in there. And then we have 32 gigs of Kingston DDR5 6000 in white with RGB. Why did I get it in white? That's kind of weird. Why would I do that? Well, because we're putting it in a King 95 Pro in a crispy white, and it's going to look sick. It looks so good. Now that is a King 95 Pro, so it is going to come with the full complement of reverse flow fans that perfectly match the case. That motherboard's gonna look super nice in there, so is that RAM, and the white Zotac RTX 4070 Super. Yes, we sourced a number, not an infinite number, but a number of white GPUs. You have a very good chance of getting the white GPU, but GPUs in white are hard to keep in stock, so it is not an exact guarantee. But when I build this thing, you'll get to see what that looks like, and it is going to be a good chance that you get one. Like, you know, 3 out of 4 chance, pretty much, that you get that. And if not, the rest of this, like, it's not a perfectly white motherboard. I would have liked to have gone with that. It's not something they had in stock, where they had a white PCB, stuff like that. Not something that was available, and I did need to pick from what was available, and I wanted the function of that MSI motherboard above aesthetics, although it has the nice aesthetics to fit either a black or a white build. The cooler is a Cooler Master Atmos 360 in white, but that might change to another 360 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. A lot of them are equivalent to each other, and it's really the liquid capacity that helps with heat spikes, things like that. But remember, this is a 9800X3D. You could basically run this thing off a big air cooler. So it's going to be overcooled no matter what AIO we put in there. And that is going to be that. That is $19.99. And I had a say in pretty much every component. So I hope you guys like that. Now, the thing is, the 9800X3D, even for SIs, is a little hard to get. There are going to be, on launch at Black Friday, I believe 30 of these available of the higher end system. More so of the lower end system, of the more entry level, but 1440p, high quality 1440p gaming system. There's gonna be more of those available. But as for the system with the 9800X3D, there are gonna be 30 of those, and that's gonna go all through the weekend, but they might sell out quickly. I don't know. So there you go, people. I actually went and met with Skytech for this around TwitchCon, because it's very close to where they are. And we actually had to sit down, like, hours-long meeting, multiple hours-long meeting, hashing all of this stuff out, and me saying, I require this, I want that for it, I want this and that for it. Now, the coolest of the cool things here is going to be, Igor, the way that Skytech follows the limitations of being a manufacturer in California is by being extra careful, and they don't do cable extensions, unfortunately. So that's not going to be a thing in this, and that's okay. That's okay. That's not too hard for someone to install themselves, but yeah, that's going to be a thing. Kevin Davis, only buy matching kits of RAM. That's going to be my recommendation for that. Buy pairs of sticks of RAM. They're manufactured to work together. So, thoughts? What do you guys think of how we approached these Black Friday PCs? It's definitely a very different approach for Black Friday PCs, where it's not like, let's cut every cost possible to compete with. No, this is us saying, we believe that if you watch my channel, you have an appreciation for hand-selected components at a good price, rather than random thrown together components at the lowest price possible. You guys do know, I've been telling you forever, this is an investment. But we're not talking about a $3,000, $4,000 computer. We made this accessible for everybody. This quality is going to be accessible for everybody. Yeah, what was the 9800 X3 system price? $1999. $1999. Hoodie Man, thank you for your patience. I do appreciate that. This is something I did need to cover. What mic are you using? I like its look and sound quality. This is the legendary Shure Super 55. You've seen this on many professional podcasts, things like that, which I'm not a part of. I don't have any of those kind of things, but I do love this microphone. It's essentially a dynamic supercardioid microphone, kind of like the Shure SM7B, but instead this does not require as much power output than or decibel boosting, as much boosting as the SM7B. So this one it's not as good with plosives as the SM7B is. This doesn't handle plosives, pops as well, but it's still, you just have it to the side and then it sounds great. Cable extensions don't do anything but add a failure point. Robert, fix it. That's the thing, though. They're also very simple. If they're made with any level of competence, they're usually pretty safe to use. And many a system has gone out with those and has worked just fine. But yes, you are correct. For someone selling at a very high volume, like Skytech does, they shouldn't mess with cable extensions. If they're doing anything even close to 100,000 PCs or more per year, or 50,000 or more per year, or whatever number they're doing, cable extensions are a potential point of failure at that scale. If you're a boutique builder, they're no big deal. Bray Systems has been born, trademark pending. No, I mean, I'm putting my name on this, but not like that. Now, should I show you guys the little surprise that comes with these? Because there's a temptation when it comes to a collab system, right? You want to put your name all over it, because some people might like that. Not everybody, but some people might like that. I decided against that. I decided to handle it a bit differently. And I think you're going to like it. I sure wish that image would load. That'd be great. So what I wanted, instead of doing a UV print or a vinyl on the case or something like that, or an etching on the glass that is permanent, because say you wanted to resell this thing in a couple of years, whoever you sell it to might not be a fan of me, which is a very high likelihood. There are millions of people out there looking for PCs, and only just like there's some tens of thousands that are subscribed to me, but that's a very, very small fraction of that. All right, well, I'll have to show you the render. But I wonder if Dan is here. Dan, are you here? Because you would like this. So there's going to be a black system and a white system, right? Which is a great thing, because I mean, then you have both options, although there's a vastly different price between the two. I couldn't ask them to make 4 SKUs. Asking them to make 2 collab SKUs was already quite a bit. Okay. And then they're, basically giving me all the parts to build both of them. Like, that's SkyTech they invested a lot of trust in me in this. That's huge. That's a big deal. But I want to show you something. Not only that, so a while back, Ameridan, who is a longtime member of the community and an awesome person in general, sent me a couple of fan grills with this guy on them. It was a basic outline. It was very cool. But he sent me one in black and one in white. Although it was like the white one had just a white outer frame, and then the logo was black. But it was awesome. Well, I talked to Jeff about these. Jeff, by the way, is the CTO of SkyTech, just so you know. Great guy. And let me show you this. This is what Jeff did. Jeff took the concept and did a redesign on it, and this is the result. But there's a party trick here. Okay, this is what it looks like head on, and there's a lot of perforation here. Okay, so this is going to basically minimally block any fan that's in front of. Like in the Montech one, it's going to be on the rear exhaust fan. Not the they're both Montech cases, but in the King 95, it's probably just going to be over the rear exhaust fan. But this is the one. This is the one for the black system. But when you look at it from the side a bit, look at this. Look at that. And now these are, for some reason, the actual videos he sent me of them printed out. These are 3D printed. He succeeded. They succeeded with this. It came out perfectly. And the effect is mesmerizing. So these are going to be included. However, my desire with these was that they be removable. So if you want, you just take out the 4 screws, you take this off, and then it's just a PC, not a Bray PC particularly. For the white system, we got this one. Look at that. And yes, it is purple behind the white face of it on the sides. And I believe also on the side of the outline here, I'm not sure. I don't recall right offhand. But it is white on this part. It's gorgeous. So these are going to be a thing that ships with them, and you can just remove it if you want. There you go. It's just super cool. It's just super cool. What I'm thinking about, maybe, the thing is, it has to be worth it for them. I'm thinking about maybe asking to see if Jeff would be willing to just have these in his store there for anyone who is a SkyTech or wants to go get one or whatever, or maybe just print them for me. And also, I don't know. I just don't have. It takes like a 3D printer anywhere from $500 to $1,000 to be able to do this, essentially, with this color effect here, and I don't have that. So I don't know. We'll talk to Jeff about it. If there's enough demand for it, maybe he'll add it to this, because he can just print them on demand. But I think it's awesome, and it's a great solution to customize a system without a permanent graphic on there. I'm not saying I would never want a permanent graphic on there. I'm just saying that maybe it's better for this one, where we're going to try, because even, I don't know, if this does super well, they could potentially keep the system on there as just an option that might be a little bit more expensive when it's not Black Friday later on. So they might, and they just print them whenever they need them. What's up, Bill DeBurr? How's it going? Now get some for a merch store. That's awesome. Yeah, I know. And the thing about it is, it's just super cool to have them be willing to go the extra mile of designing and 3D printing this for you guys. So cool. And yes, it was fun working with them on this. They were very, very cool. And, that's the thing, is I don't have to deal. Okay, let me go back here. The interesting thing here is that I'm in a position where I have a unique viewpoint on the SI industry, but I also don't have to deal with the realities of running an SI. And I got a little bit of a peek into that. And good Lord, it is complicated, it is stressful, and it is competitive. It helped give me a bit of a new appreciation for the kind of work these people have to put in, what they do. So I want to say thank you, SkyTech, for this, for the chance to do this. So for those of you who are interested, just pay attention to SkyTech on Black Friday. Watch my Twitter, X or whatever, and heck, I'm on Blue Sky if you want to go on there. It's just my name at bluesky.social or whatever the hell it is. It's a weird URL thing. But yeah, follow me on those things or check the announcements channel in the Discord, and I will announce when they go live, so you guys can grab them. But if these do really well, who knows? It wouldn't necessarily be at the same price, but maybe they'll do something else with me or something even with these systems. Who knows? It's going to have to do with, again, for the higher end systems, it's going to have to do with availability for the 9800X 3D, which has been selling like crazy. They don't have to put this thing in the system for such a competitive price, but they're doing it because I wanted to, for you guys. So there are going to be 30 of those. That's not a small amount. That's not a small number. There's going to be 30 of those, and I'm not sure how many of the more budget-oriented system, but there's going to be those as well. It's going to be super cool. Okay, cool. All right. So that is potentially a video I'll throw out there tomorrow. Hoping to do that. Okay. And Hayden, how's it going? Yeah, in a way, they are custom Brave fans, in a way, but they're just fan grills. And I do want to give a special shout out to Meridan for planning the idea, for giving me the idea to do that, because I then presented that to them. And then eventually Jeff was like, you know, we could do that ourselves. Like, we can make those. We can print those. They have in their IT department, like, multiple 3D printers for their crazy custom projects that they do. I don't know if you guys have seen them, but they're insane. Anyway, Sec Nova earlier asked, what are your thoughts on the Strix B650E-I? It sounds like an ITX motherboard, and I don't know the intricacies of it, unfortunately. I've never worked with it. But just be careful about the I/O. Make sure you have enough for whatever your application is, because there's no expanding that once the thing is built. There's no extra PCIe slots to add a USB expansion card or anything like that. Sadly, my case doesn't have easily viewable fans. Using the Meshlicious Mini ITX SFF case. Well, Sec Nova, you know what you could do? Get some tiny magnets, embed them in the screw holes there, and just put it on the front. It doesn't have to even be a fan grill, but it does still allow airflow through it. Pretty cool. Charles Lewis, how you doing? Welcome. That is cool. I'm sure you could move 100 units in first round order to the rest of us. That would be cool, Robert. I would like that. I did ask them to throw a couple into the box when they send me the parts, but we'll see. This is all happening very quickly because it took a while to get the final details ironed out. But okay, now it's time for the whole PC matchmaking thing. That is an interesting idea. Thanks. You're welcome. Okay, everybody. Let's see. So people who have entered the form tonight have been Hoodieman01, Woody Afu, Michael Shat, and Epoch Semaj. You are here. Hi. For all that talking, I need a little hydration. Okay, so Brish W. The final code, well, I mean, it's in the YouTube VOD in chat. But I think it was WWCD. All caps. WWCD. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Steve says, I tried to join Discord. It's too much of a pain in the ass. I had joined it. I'm on it. I kind of hate it for joining. It's my account, Discord. Verify yourself. Verify yourself. Oh, sorry. That account is claimed. Interesting. Sorry that you hate Discord. I mean, it is a massive thing now that a lot of people are on, but Kevin Davis, oh yeah, you already answered the RAM question. Okay, so anybody else who was who has been waiting, please let me know. And you have two ways of doing that. If you're on Twitch, there is an emote just for you, just for the people who are on the list, not for people who are not on the list. And that emote just says, I'm on the list. If you're waiting for your turn, please enter that now so I can go through and verify. If you're watching on YouTube, unfortunately, that emote is only for those who have gotten a membership, because YouTube is stupid and dumb, and it doesn't let me provide free custom emotes just for subscribing to the channel for free. So you just have to say Brayathorn, and you need to spell it correctly. That's my only requirement to you for free help with your PCs. You spell my name correctly. Say Brayathorn, I'm on the list. When you type it correctly, it highlights that chat for me. So that's helpful to me. Igor, yes, that's correct. Hayden, how was your day? It wasn't great, but I'm not really getting into that too much. What's up, Northern Lights? How's it going? Look, Igor, I would not take away your VIP status in chat. I wouldn't do that. That doesn't mean I haven't thought of it in moments such as this. Okay, Michael, you are on the list. I see you there. Let me go ahead and highlight that since you did the thing that I asked you to do. Remember, guys, even if you've told me already or whatever, I am still asking you to do this. Please verify your presence by those two methods which I have told you. That verifies for me on Twitch that you are at least following the Twitch channel for free, which is the thing I ask on Twitch that you do for the free help. Hoodie Man, thank you for that. The little Palpatine in your head says, do it. Do it. And Michael, let me, already did. Hoodie Man, alrighty. Oh, and you already mentioned you want SkyTech. Interesting. Michael, I'm going to probably veto Build Redux. They were kind of bad, and apparently they're only getting worse. They removed the ability to build custom computers, as far as I've heard. I should check it out. But like, when I first spoke with them, they were responsive. They listened. They added, and I don't think it was just because of my feedback. I'm also not saying it's not because of that, because it was after our discussion. But they added more selections for customization on the Build Redux configurator. They have apparently taken that off completely and lost the plot. Now there are SIs out there that don't even have a configurator, and they do just fine. That's how Alexander PCs was for the longest time. But I don't like to see it go backwards like that. I know, Igor, I know. I appreciate that you did the voice too. Oh, I have to. I'm a Game Grumps fan, and that was a classic Game Grumps joke. William Ruiz says, "Wee." How's it going? I'm open to different companies, but that's the one I have seen. Well, there are dozens. So now let's go back here, because there's something I need to check really quick to see if I can access. Now, here's the thing, guys, and I want to make this, let me be clear. Just because I'm doing a special collab PC with SkyTech, that doesn't mean that's the only Black Friday deal I will talk about ever. No, that's not how that works, because it might not be right for you. So to that end, let me check this link here real quick. Okay, yeah, AJ, that's not working. I'll try manually typing it. Nope, that's not working, AJ. Guess what? It's my birthday is Saturday. Happy early birthday. That's awesome. I'm very Twitch illiterate, but I'm learning. That's awesome. Because Twitch, I think, is a lot of fun for watching streams. It's my preferred platform for watching streams. Unless someone doesn't stream on Twitch and like they only stream on YouTube, then there's that. But yeah, usually if I'm watching a stream, which like usually what I watch is going to be like maybe I'll hang out watching Roby or something, but also I like watching retro gaming. Usually that's my main thing, and especially the speedrunner community. It's my favorite stuff to watch. But I watch it on Twitch. Yeah, it didn't work. It just asked for it again. Here's where I get yelled at, chat. I'm not yelling. I could do. Is that the request? I mean, I could. By the way, hi Dodger Dog. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if I already said hi. Also, Brish W, I answered your question before, but welcome. Also, welcome Seknova. Even though I didn't answer your question, just saying hi. Yeah, it just yelled at me, what in the world, trying to fix? No problem. It's all good. The thing about it is with some sites, it's all going to, like, they're not waiting or being shy about their Black Friday deals. They don't understand Black Friday anymore and what it means for a day to be called Friday. They're just like, does the name of the day end in Y? Oh, it's Black Friday then. Now, I gave away what's going on with Skytech. I did talk about it already. That's out there. And I'm sure anyone who knows their stuff listened to the parts list I gave you and was like, yo, that's actually legit. Those are two legit deals right there. What I'll probably do, I do want to see this before we proceed. I want to see this before we proceed with doing any of these systems. Although Hoodie Man, you're looking for Skytech, but you're looking at 4,000 or more. So that's not really going to be applicable to this. We can just look at whatever you want from Skytech. Gaming, content creation, video editing, graphic design, racing sim, flight sim. That's a lot of stuff. Brady, if I have your thoughts on the MSI 47 Ti Super Expert card. I know some people don't like the way it looks and some people don't. Or some people like the way it looks. I like it and the price. Have you seen it in black? Someone like, I don't know if they wrapped it or painted it in black. It looks amazing. But I think the design overall is really cool. There is a case coming out from Fantex that actually kind of matches the color. It's coming out. It's not out yet. It's coming out. Ben Hunt, S2K, how's it going? Good to be back here. How are you, Braithorn? Doing okay, doing good. You know, hanging in there. Use Chrome. Yeah, yes, I am using Chrome. I know. I could choose better, but I'm using Chrome. I have a part list and a custom build if you want to take a look and see what I can improve on. Yeah, you can do that. Now, if you want to send me a link, what you have to do is you have to send it to me in a whisper. Just click my name there and click whisper and then send it there. No, that's fine because it just worked first time in Chrome, but not Firefox. Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, do you think a Ryzen 7 5600, the non-X version with a 6 do good? It's not a bad CPU. I just don't know what you're going to use it for. Zach Griffin, you managed to ask me that without telling me what it's going to be used for. Will it turn on and be computer? Yes. No, Hoodie Man, I literally gave you the exact instructions. You click my name and click Whisper, send Whisper. Because links are not allowed in chat because of spammers and stuff and crazy stuff. Perhaps soon to be non-Google Chrome. True. What is the name of the case? I've been racking my brain trying to decide between the Montec XR and Lee Lanco 216, but a matching case would be awesome. It's going to be from Fantex. They're about to announce it. It's basically the new Evolve case, I believe. Hey, is there any common issues in moving from Windows 10 to 11? I'm not the person to ask about that because I don't really tinker too much in Windows these days. I used to, but not so much anymore. The funny thing about doing content is whatever you end up focusing on becomes your skill set. It just does. Like, I don't have the time to tinker anymore. I would have been a great candidate for home labs as a hobby. I just don't have time for it, man. I don't. Bray, you and some of us may not have had a good day, but that doesn't mean we can't have a great night. That's true. What is the process to send the parts list? I just fill out the form. Don't want to overstep or be annoying. Well, if you're doing a parts list, if it's like a PC part picker list, you just got to copy the link and send it to me in a Whisper. I typed up there. I said FWIW. And then I said, Horamps. That's me right there. You have to say that out loud 3 times, then click my name and click Whisper, and then send me the link. But also you have to fill out the form, which you did. I see it right there. But you got to use the emote. You have to put the emote, I'm on the list. Please do that. That's just a little thing I do. I'm just silly. Silly like that. Roby did a build in Lanco 207 tonight, and man, that case is awesome. Igor, I was tempted with that when the case was reviewed, and it was reviewed so well, to switch one of the systems to that. However, it needed to be something that Skytech had in stock in order to make this deal something that they could feasibly do, because otherwise they're putting in a big order for which all those products they wouldn't be making that much off of, to be frankly honest with you. That, that's part of Black Friday, is you do move stuff without making a lot. And to ask them to do that with a solid portion of their stock of 9800 X3Ds, I don't know who I think I am asking that kind of stuff, but I did for you guys. But for the other stuff, I wasn't about to be like, hey, order a bunch of these just because I asked you to. No, that was one of the stipulations. Like, you can pick from any of the inventory that we have, but it needs to be inventory that we have. But I'm glad that it turned out well. That's awesome. I haven't watched Roby in forever. I haven't even talked to Roby in forever. I missed that dude. I hope to get to see him at CES. Who's silly is Bray being silly. I mean, always. Yeah. I got my OLED in, about to get it set up on my desk. BMOC, that's awesome. I always hear that once you're spoiled for every other monitor once you go OLED, and I believe that. Okay, so I have my DMs here. That's okay. No problem. I can adjust your budget here. So 4,500. VFleurs 58. I mentioned earlier, please use the emote. There's an emote that literally just says I'm on the list. That's part of my process for doing this. Please use that. And it may mean you having to follow me on Twitch. I'm very sorry about that. Gonna see what the hype is about. Oh yeah, I really want to do an OLED monitor review. I really do, so I can get one. That'd be great. Anyway, okay. Let's see here. I'm so glad that when Skytech redid their site design for the configurator, they made a way to send a link to it, which is great. Okay, so 9800X3D, Asus RTX 4090, Fractal Torrent. Okay, here's one thing I'm going to say. If you get the Fractal Torrent and you don't use an air cooler, you are losing out on one of the best things about the Fractal Torrent, which is those 180 millimeter fans in the front. They have to remove those to fit the 360 millimeter radiator. And the better way to do a Fractal Torrent, I truly believe this, is when I built in one, that's how I built in it, is to put a big honking air cooler in it, because then you have a wind tunnel effect. Air coolers just thrive in this thing. And with a 9800X3D, you can run this off of a solid air cooler. All right, V-Floors, you got it. Here we go. Bam, bam. Because you use the emote, that's your ticket in. That's just that easy. What's up, Bray? Is tonight's stream Black Friday focused? I mean, it kind of can't not be, Gotham Guy, but you missed my whole announcement of the 2 Black Friday systems with Skytech. That Frog Curtis. Hey, Braythorn, I'm on the list. Let's see. Let's find it by your name. Frog. That Frog Curtis. Yeah, there you are. Look at you from the 16th. Okay. If you guys are ever wondering why I insist that the name you enter here matches your name in chat, this is the main reason. It's way easier to find you. Dodger Dog, are you excluding nerds from this? I guess you're including everyone else, actually, by not including the nerds emote. All right, works on Chrome, not on Firefox. Literally just paste and hit enter, repeat until it works is all I know to say. All right, let me check something real quick first. Okay, look, that hides the URL. There you go. Let me try this real quick. Let me refresh this. Oh, hey, there we go. I got in. Would you suggest to change the case to something else then, or stick with the torrent and go air cooled? Try on 3 different Chrome pages and they all work first try. Well, it's working now. It's here. Does my code stack with these, by the way? Just curious. Oh, okay. V-Floors, I didn't know you already bought the PC. Did you use code Broyathorn? His Stints Built does use that. Looks like we have a Stints Built customer here, AJ, by the way. Note, the quick summary is showing the starting GPU, so lowest price goes with a short description. No, codes are not stacking. Okay, got you. Okay. Are there any brand GPUs you suggest staying away from? Larger gigabyte GPUs can be a bit of a risk because of PCB cracking. Other than that, not really. And if you get a gigabyte one, just get a really solid GPU SAG bracket. You should be fine. Oh, okay. Okay, Curtis, you got it. No problem. Oh, guys, real quick, something I forgot. Here, hold on. I gotta get this, I guess. Now, something I do really want to mention about these, the higher end 1999 PC. If you have a little bit more budget than that, we should have an option on that page if you want to go a little higher end with the GPU to get a 20. We should have an option on that page that you can select if you want to go with a slightly higher end GPU, if you have the higher budget for it, for a 4070 Ti Super, just with a little selection there. I'm not sure exactly what the price difference is going to be, but it should be commensurate with the difference in price between a 4070 Super and a 4070 Ti Super. It's just going to give you benefits like the higher amount of VRAM with 16 gigs, and of course, you know, more graphics happening. But it's not a huge difference in performance between the 4070 Super and 4070 Ti Super when it comes to raw frame rates. The difference in performance is going to come when you're using applications that require a lot of VRAM. You're going to have 4 extra gigs of VRAM going with that, and that's just something that we wanted to have as an option. Cool, so I can throw that in there if I need to stop recording. There we go. Okay. So, real quick, I'm going to go over some Stints Built deals just to show this to you guys. That's the wrong thing, I think. Oh, there we go. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is not live on the site yet. This was provided by Stints Built. AJ, thank you. Turning on all the in-game effects except motion blur. Oh, you did use my code. Thank you. Appreciate that. And you're welcome for the discount. Are there any... Okay, yeah. So brand GPUs just staying away from... There's not really any Dodger. Sorry. Other than larger gigabyte cards without a SAG bracket. There you go. Hey, Braithorn, help me get a PC from Alexander PCs a few months ago. Now I'm wanting to try and build one myself, says Shadow Inc. Very cool. Start by upgrading the one you already have. And the main thing you want to do is contact Alexander PCs to get, you can even get some advice on how exactly you should upgrade it, if anything. And that also helps you let them know so they can maybe notate on your account thing or whatever that you did an upgrade. Because that can be a helpful note for any troubleshooter to be like, if you call with an issue, oh, you did an upgrade to your RAM, can you try putting in the original RAM real quick just to see if that fixes up, that kind of thing. Because it's not always obvious to you that you should mention that whenever an issue might arise. So there are, plus a couple of ready to ship systems. So we have 5 deals here with Stints Built, and y'all know I love Stints Built. Stints Built is an awesome boutique builder that also is competitive in price, and they really try to compete on all fronts, including a system that starts at $899.99. So $900 with a 4060 is very impressive. Then there's going to be options that look like it will be some kind of upgrade. So let's click this. Let's see what the upgrades could entail. Going up to 32 gigs of RAM, something I would definitely recommend for that $50. That's a well-spent $50. But your specs are B550M, Ryzen 5 5600X. So you are on an old platform there, but it's still gonna perform just fine. That's DDR4 3600, which is, thank you for having for still remembering the sweet spot for RAM for Ryzen 5000 series. Kingston NV2 1 terabyte, which is a great choice there. RTX 4060, and then you have a Sama ARGB Q5 micro ATX case. So micro ATX motherboard in a micro ATX case. That's how you do that. That's how that's done. And a 650 watt 80 plus gold, 80 plus bronze power supply right there. So this is your entry level system here. And looking at some of the other ones, the over 9,000 is deceptively not over $9,000, but rather starts at $1,499 up to $1,899 here. With a 9700X, if you're looking to do Photoshop, this CPU is a beast for Photoshop and graphic design in general, for Adobe stuff. Mostly for Photoshop. It's very good for that. Photoshop is very particular about core counts, and it doesn't like 16 or more. It generally likes 8-core 16-thread CPUs from AMD. 32 gigs DDR5 6000, again, right there in that sweet spot there. 1 terabyte SSD and a 7700 XT. for the GPU for 1,500 bucks right there. Let's see and then you have the for 1,500 to 1,800. Looking at the options here, I'll just click that. Options are for the GPU 7700 XT, 7800 XT, or 4070 or 4070 Super. And going 4070 Super is what's going to get up to that $1,800 price point there. 7800 XT is going to make it $1,599.99. But for the storage though, KC3000, that is an excellent SSD. Read-write speeds, the maximum read-write speeds are both 7,000 megabytes per second. So very good. And it's a Lencool 207, the new case there, which how do you like building in that thing? 850 watt PCIe 5, 80 plus gold power supply. No note on what the brand is there, but that's fine. 32 gigs DDR5 6000 CL30. There's your first word latency of 10 there, right? Getting that combo. MSI Mag B650 Tomahawk Wi-Fi, most likely going to be more centered towards just gaming, which is fine. But I could look up the I/O on that. I do wish we had. I feel like every system, and this is for every SI, no particular SI being mentioned here, but every SI, every system should include the rear I/O, in my opinion, even if it just means that there are 2 pictures total. The rear I/O should, in my opinion, always be included. Because then I don't have to go and look that up, or anyone who's like actually interested in that. But then again, a lot of people aren't until they run out of USB ports. Then they're really interested in it when it's too late. But those are really good options for the GPU there. Ultra Flow. This is interesting. Core Ultra 7 265K. 2,500 to 2,900 here. 1,000 watt PCIe 5, 80 plus gold. Now this Ultra 7 265K, if you're going to get into video editing, this is a CPU I recommend. Core Ultra 265K. Don't worry, we are going to get to that part, to that Skytech build. I am very sorry we stopped in the middle of it, but we got this working, so I just want to go over it real quick. Hayden Allen Official, it is not compatible. Yeah, that's a different socket. It's LGA 1851, not LGA 1700. Zach Griffin, yes, you do. That's just because otherwise you'd be skipping the line, basically. Raythorn, have you heard from the Quota Tech company in Canada? Is it worth looking at their computers? I live in Canada and looking to buy something in a store. Yes, Quota Tech has gotten consistently good feedback in the community for those Canadians in the community. Yeah, no, the Core Ultra 200S is getting better. It was always going to get better. For those of you who are like, oh my God, I can't believe this brand new platform is having issues. It's because they're new to this. Every flipping time a new platform comes out, there's one issue or another. It is a law of nature, but like not nature, technology instead, that a new platform, it's not going to be, it's called early adopter woes for a reason. There's a term for it. And yet every single time you see the thumbnails with like fire or like sad face on a CPU, like, yo, you've been doing this for a decade, brother. How are you acting like it's such a horrible thing that a brand new platform has hiccups? Like you're new to this. It drives me out of my freaking mind. It's so cringe. But I understand. You got to get clicks, and hating on tech is a great way to get clicks, even if reporting on tech is your job and how you make money. It's just, you're stuck doing that. It's how it has to work. So we can go up to a 4080 Super in this one. That's what brings it up from 2500 up to 2900 right there. It's a solid system, and if you're going to be doing some video editing, go for this thing right here. Because this is the second highest rated CPU for Adobe Premiere Pro right now. Like if you're looking to edit video, you don't go with anything with like a 3D V cache in it. I mean, you can, if it's got the 16 cores, but you don't go for the like 9800X 3D. I do recall, Hoodie Man, that you went with the 9800X 3D and you said you want to do content creation. That is not what I would recommend. Something more like this, where it's not going to be the highest end gaming CPU on the market, but you're not just trying to game, right? You're not. No, you're trying to do other stuff. Okay, this isn't going back for some reason. There we go. Got it. BF Champion, 7800X 3D, 32 gigs 056,000, 2 terabyte SSD, 4070 Super, 4070 Ti Super, 2300. That is very competitive right there. That is right up in your face. 4070 Ti Super, 7800X 3D, 32 gigs 056,000, 2 terabyte SSD. Oh yeah, in a really nice case too. Is that the Sama copy of the no, it's the Antec one. The Antec one. Yeah, the NV5 has a lot of imitators, but they're just fine actually in how they work. B650 Tomahawk Wi-Fi. Y'all like that motherboard, huh? And then the AM Dominance. That's a cool name. All right. And this is in the 3500X from Corsair. This one has 48 gigs of RAM. How's the stability on non 16 gig or whatever DIMMs? How's that for 9000 series Ryzen? I haven't tested it. Let's see. 9800X 3D, MSI MAG X870 Tomahawk Wi-Fi, KC 3000 2 terabytes, and 1000 watts PCIe 5, 8 plus gold power supply. For 2600, 10 in stock, you can go up to a 7900 XTX or a 4080 Super here. I like that 7900 XTX option. I would highly recommend that. It's going to beat the 4070 Ti Super in raw rasterized performance. In fact, in terms of raw performance, it beats the 4080 Super in an average of games posted by Tom's Hardware. It actually comes in higher than 4080 Super, and it's cheaper. So that's a monster of a machine right there. Ultra is good with RAM and power. Intel's putting out patches. Yeah. It may very well come up to par with 14th gen, which is exactly what Intel told everybody. Hey, this is not going to be a gaming monster. And then everybody's like, yeah, it's not a gaming monster. They're like, what is wrong with y'all, man? Rogers, try watching on YouTube. You might not have that issue. I don't know why it's happening to you, but no one else is reporting that issue. Anyway, let's get back. This is a lot of good deals here. It is. And then you have two ready-to-ship systems, one at $1,800, one at $2,800. And this one is very similar to this one, but in a different case for a similar price. 48 gigs. Yeah, it's similar right there. And what is that? Is that the XR? Montec XR. See, that's the case I was talking about. The Montec XR is gorgeous and an improvement upon the Sky 2. And Reactor 14600K, interesting. And a 4070 Super. This is a very competent machine in many aspects with that 14-core 14600K for $1,800. Not gonna lie, pretty good. So check that out, guys. And unfortunately, Code Braythorn does not stack with these, but they are available. Let's get back to it. Let me just go here real quick. These are going to be available on Black Friday, and I imagine through Cyber Monday. Is that right, AJ? Probably. Yep. Now back to this system here. So, Hoodie Man, looking at this, you stated that you want to do gaming, content creation / video editing, graphic design, and racing sim / flight sim. Please tell me, what is your priority in those use cases? How do the priorities stack up between those four choices? Till December 2nd, fair enough. Any suggestions? Well, I don't know if you reloaded it already, but I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you. again, my main suggestion would be to go over and watch on YouTube. That's why I have the extra option there for you. What's up, Binary Theory? How's it going? Don't kill me. I joined the queue again, but for a streamer friend who is currently traveling. Okay. All right. Let me see something here. That is 3 of 3. But one of the, yeah. That's this would be your third system. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's just, you know, other people who haven't gotten any help yet do get priority. But yeah. Oh, ready to ship systems do stack with the code. Very cool. Okay. Gaming, graphic design, racing, then video editing. Okay. With that being the case, I can then recommend the 9800X3D. Why is that? Well, the 9800X3D is the new king of consumer desktop CPUs for Photoshop. It has supplanted the 9700X, which is crazy. That's crazy talk. But there it is. For what it's worth, it's the second entry was an upgrade. Feel free to bump me. No, you're good. You're at the end of the list right now anyway. I missed the last 30 seconds with ads. That's okay. I was just talking about some Black Friday deals from Stints, but then no, actually, no. The last 30 seconds we were talking about priorities for Hoodie Man on the thing here. So with video editing being your last priority, I can say, yeah, you can go with that. Your other option would be to wait for the 9950X3D, as in get yourself a cheaper CPU for now. Like get a 7600 or something. No, don't do that. Maybe a 7700X or something, which is going to be a lot cheaper than the 9800X3D. Take that savings and apply it to an upgrade to the 9950X3D when that comes out. Oh, D-Force, thank you for the tier 1 6 month. Okay, that gets one of these. Are these working? They're not working. I gotta fix this. There we go. VFlores58 just subscribed at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Let's go, nerds. Welcome to the swarm. That's awesome. That's like more than gifting 5 subs. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Is there a reason I didn't hit the unfollow button as I know less I did it on my phone by accident? I was like I was offended for like a second. Is there a reason I didn't hit the unfollow button? I don't know. Is there? Is your follow being held hostage right now? Okay. So, Hoodie Man, I imagine when you say video editing, you're probably talking about like maybe taking gameplay and just taking that, cutting it up and editing it into like TikToks or short videos or things like that. If that's all you're doing, you don't need to worry about getting a crazy 16-core, 32-thread 9950X3D when that launches. You can go with the 9800X3D. It's not going to be amazing for video editing, but for the other 3 use cases, it's going to be pretty damn awesome. It's, again, top consumer desktop CPU for Photoshop right now, according to Puget Systems, and they would know. They're basically the industry standard for content creating benchmarks, okay? Plus, top gaming CPU. So for the other 2 use cases, which is gaming and sim racing and stuff, yeah, it's going to be insane. So yes, I can approve of that. Pretty much hit the nail on the head. I've been doing this for a bit, yeah. Now, the 4090, let's go back to this. Now, the 4090 is hard for me to recommend. Not that I don't want these to sell, or I don't want to have SIs be sitting on a stack of these when the 5090 comes out and then they're left holding the bag. But my priority is you guys. That's always going to be the case. Priority is the consumer. That's how it needs to be, okay? The chips are always stacked in favor of companies and
our job as content creators is to help with the balance of that. Anyway, we are at this point maybe 6 weeks away, potentially like 6 weeks away from the launch of the 5090. So seeing you spend $2,000 on a 4090 6 weeks before, what, less than that. We're like about 5 weeks away from the announcement, and then they're probably going to launch it maybe a few weeks after that. So just like I was maybe saying, yo, Turdog, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 10 months, look at that. Good evening to you as well, and thank you for the tier 1 sub. I didn't miss you addressing my PC eval, correct? No, we go in order, and you are here. Right now, we're here. So you're down here. We go in order of when it was entered. Okay, so it's going to be difficult for me to recommend that you get yourself a $2,000 GPU. So close to, I mean, it's been out for 2 years now. Or longer. 2 years or longer. The 4090 has. So seeing you invest $2,000 in that, unless you don't care, it is up to you whether or not you care about having the latest and greatest thing. But when you're looking at spending a lot of money, dollars here. Excuse me a second. It would be great to have. Oh, well, I don't know. I can't zoom in to the bottom right like I usually do, but that's fine. Usually wait to make sure things are ironed out and better before going the latest, but I get the reasoning. Yeah, like if it was 6 months away, 5 months away, even 3 months away, I'd be like, yeah, you know, you're not gonna even notice it. Like, it's not like the 4090, guys. When the 5090 comes out, it's not like the 4090 magically gets slower objectively. No, it performs how it performs, period. We're not talking about Apple levels of forced obsolescence here. It's meant to last you for years and years. But because of that, because it's meant to last you years and years, I would recommend in this case doing a downgrade on the GPU and then potentially upgrading to that 5090 when it comes out. And we'll also look at the power supply, and you went with a 1350 watt, that's plenty. That's totally fine right there. But yeah, so looking at this, let's look at the GPUs. And you're trying to do probably 4K, right? Yes, 4K. Now, what I probably wouldn't suggest doing is getting an AMD GPU and then switching to NVIDIA unless you know how to get into, how to use the utility to uninstall drivers completely. Not really something that you should necessarily do. But let's see, looking here at some of their options. Look, even going with a 4080 Super saves you $840. $840. That's still a 4K GPU. And the 4070 Ti Super, $1,170 you save. Let's see. Oh, that's the Asus 4080 Super. Here you have the Gigabyte one that's $900 off. Turdog says, myself personally, unless it was for work, I could never justify spending 2K plus on a GPU. Turdog, you got to understand that there are a lot of people who have their dream end game PC, and when it comes down to it, they're going to save up and they're going to get themselves the best of the best that they can at that time, and that's their right to do so, and it is justified to them. What's a pirate's favorite piece of tech? The iPhone. iPhone. Sorry I missed that last part. What's a monster machine that beats out the 4080 Super? Gotham Guy, are you way behind on the stream? So Hoodie Man, basically you have a lot of choices here where for a few weeks, it's going to be what you can actually do. Maybe get yourself a 4080 Super, save $900. Okay. $900. Set that aside. And then what you can do is then you can get yourself a 5090 when it comes out, or maybe even a 5080, which for about I think is hopefully going to be about the same price as a 4080 Super. There's no telling. It could be like what the 4080 was when it came out, $1,200-$1,300. But that is potentially going to be 4090 performance with less price. And then you can sell your 4080 Super. El Theodore, how's it going? It's been a minute. How you doing? Welcome. So that's what I would do. I would suggest switching that to a 4080 Super. You don't have to, but that's what I would suggest. Now, we were talking about the cooler, and it looks like you already have changed this. When did that happen? You changed this to the Master Air MA824 Stealth. I've never heard of that. Is that the biggest option they have for air coolers? Probably. I guess so. Yeah, it is. All right. Well, still, that'll work for the 9900 XTD. If you like the Fractal Torrent, if you like this case, this is probably the cooler you should go with, because this thing really is a monster for airflow. It's awesome. We built that last build you sent us in that small case. Oh, yeah. How'd that go? Exiled Wolf, welcome. Oh, wow. Right now we have matching viewership both on Twitch and YouTube of 48 each. That's kind of cool. Almost at 100. Look at that. It makes me happy to know that if well, I mean, it probably wouldn't exactly work out this way, but if I just was streaming on Twitch, I would still be hitting partner numbers, because for a long time I wasn't, after long hiatuses. However you would say that. Let's look at your motherboard. An Asus ROG Strix X870E-E gaming Wi-Fi motherboard. Considering that you do need a good amount of IO, this is going to be better than something like the, let's see what options there are here. I know, not the Hero, whatever. Oh, look, they have the Gaming Plus Wi-Fi, my favorite one here. This is just such a good deal right here. Let's look at the IO on this thing. That's good. That is 4 USB-C, with 2 of them being USB 4. Wi-Fi 7, 5 gig Ethernet, and 9 USB Type A's. I can't argue with that. That's really, really good I/O. And all of it is like ridiculously fast. But every time I see this, every time I just see blank space, I die a little bit on the inside. For the price, like, put some USB 3.0s in here. Put like a row of them. And like, whatever. I just don't know why. If they want to be the best, the maximum, the top of the line, then freaking do that, actually. Instead of just saying that, like, make it unequivocal. Make it undeniable. So what happens if you have a device that requires a lower USB? Then you can do stuff, because I guarantee this motherboard has USB 2.0 headers on the inside. If you can get a PCIe bracket card thing that has a header on the inside, you could do that. Or just, run the cable into the case, get a header to USB port to USB Type A, and then you just run it that way. USB 3.0, you have your front panel header. Just watching 2x speed, it's great. The music's kicking. That's cool, but how everyone's so far behind on YouTube, I guess. That's weird. But welcome, Adam. But now because you're watching 2x speed, I'm going to talk really fast, and I hope that you know that I do like Asus products, but I think that they are selling themselves short by not putting more USB Type A ports. They can totally kill the competition here if they put more USB Type A ports here. There's nothing keeping them from doing that, and you are correct, Ghost Boner, that there are some devices that require to be at USB 2.0 or USB 3.0 speeds in order to function properly. It's nice that they got the SPDIF out here. If you're using a specific type of audio interface, it sometimes needs that. If you're using some kind of like audio header, that's something that some people do. But let's go back to this build and let's take a look at some of the other things here. So we're using this Master Air MA824 Stealth air cooler here. I'm not sure exactly what the performance on that is. It looks like they could have put another fan here, but they only put one fan in the middle, and that's fine, I guess. It does give it a clean look, and that's cool. I can't really deny that. And let's look at the memory. You go to 64 gigs, DDR5 5600. No, I'm not gonna allow that. We need to go DDR5 6000 if you're going to be going with a Ryzen 9000 series processor. So let's see if we can find a kit that is DDR5 6000. And looking here, we have a DDR5 5200, 5200. What the hell's going on with their RAM? They don't have DDR5 6000. So that is unfortunate, but you take what you can get. And I guess DDR5 5600 is an official speed here. So I guess that's fine. And it is supported. So sure, that's fine. Okay. So continuing on, that's going to be the power supply here. We're going Enermax Revolution DFX, ATX 3.0, 1350 watt PCIe 5 Gold. The Revolution DFX is a highly rated power supply on the PSU Cultist tier list, so I cannot deny that that is a good choice, and I will back that up. I think that's a good choice there. Seasonic is always also a good choice, $10 more for the 1200 watt. Seems kind of counterintuitive to go with lower wattage to get a power supply. It costs more, but I think that's a good choice. Do you know how hard that is? That's hard to do. And now what I think we need to do is slow it down. So we'll look at the Be Quiet Dark Power 13. It's a highly rated power supply, but it's kind of pricey for what you get. I'd say not worth it. But the most important thing is gonna be the thermal paste. Okay, we have thermal paste. 4 terabytes of Kingston Fury Renegade is pretty good. I think that's one of the best options on the market for PCIe Gen 4. So that works for me. You can even opt to get secondary storage if you want. And that's the end of that statement. All right, so dropping to the 4080 Super is gonna be a good thing to do here, I think. Now that we're back up to regular speed, I think going to the 4080 Super is a great option. You're still gonna have 4K performance here. Maybe, and actually, you can choose for yourself how you want to have the your settings in each particular game. Drop them down just a little bit, you'll get higher frame rates. And usually finding a balance between visual fidelity and frame rate is where gaming is at its best. That's what I would probably do. All you need to do is fill out the form, right? That is correct. The form is the way. So if you are sold on the Fractal Design Torrent case, I'm fine with this cooler for the 9800X3D. This CPU does amazing things at lower temperatures. It's very, very good. But here, look at this. You're saving, your budget was at 4,500. We're at 3,422 before my discount. So set that aside for a 5090, and you're going to have that generational uplift in performance without throwing that extra $1,000 or $900 at a 4090, which is the outgoing champ. So let's see here. First, I'm going to get a link of this here. Let's copy that link. And let's add this to cart. This is the best way to get help on a computer. You're welcome. Tom Hanks will play the role of Braithorn. Houston, we have thermal pastes. Okay. So 342290, proceed to checkout. This is where you're going to go to put your code in, okay? And the code is SWARM. SWARM. Guys, that segment, you can go in and play it at 50% speed and then play it at 2 times speed, and it should sound the same. I tried really hard, okay? Okay, with my discount code, this takes off $102.69. Nice. Bringing this thing to $33.20 and 21 cents. Right there, just for typing in SWARM in the code here. That helps you out, it helps me out, and it helps me do this for people for free. And you're going to have that $1,000 hopefully set aside for when the 5090 comes out. What you do is you can then wait to run your 4080 Super for a while and then just bide your time until the 4090 is more available because the 5090. Because guys, what's going to happen? The scalpers are still out there. They're still out there. So it's probably going to be a month or two before you can get a 5090 at retail. Now, your other option, Hoodie Man, is to wait until the 5090 launches. But I think this is a viable plan to skip that wait. And what you might be able to request, you may be able to request that they send you the box for the GPU, which will help you with reselling it once you get a 5090. So, yeah, I like it. You like it. We all like it. Okay, there you go. No problem. There's your link and your code. All right, so Curtis, the Frog Curtis said that they'd be back later. Whenever they come back, they'll be the next person, basically, depending on no matter who we're helping out. Because they did enter their form on the 16th. That's how it works if you entered your form earlier. Whenever you do come in, you are the next person in line, basically. All right, Michael. Michael, you're next. Anyone here who's... Oh, I know Binary Theory. You said you're here. Anyone... And Mike, you also said that you're on the list. Braithorn almost have that BF pre-built deals video ready. No, I'm not necessarily doing that. We're doing it live streamed instead. So I'm probably going to be streaming on Friday too. But there is going to be a video about the two special systems that I'm doing with SkyTech for Black Friday. Both for the $12.99 price point and for the $19.99 price point, and they are chat. You can tell them it's epic, right? Tell Havoc how epic those were. They're gonna be super epic. They're gonna be awesome. Woody Afu is here, okay, but didn't listen to the instructions. You got to use the emote that says why you're here. There's your riddle for your free help. What emote could it possibly be? It has to be one that you can use as just a follower, right? If you're following the stream, you get access to specific emotes. Use that. That will be the key that unlocks. And you shall not have the key until you answer these questions 3. I'm kidding. You don't have to do that. There's no questions. I found my keypad. Now I can do... that. Thank goodness. I miss doing that. How late are we going tonight, Bray? I don't know. There we go. We got it. Bam. Look at that. It even has space on it. Okay. But I did call out for Michael. Michael, are you here? I know you said you were here earlier. Where thee be? There were a question on the forum. Igor, are you okay? Okay, Michael's here. Okay, cool. All right, then we'll get Woody taken care of after that. So you mentioned Build Redux, and I'm gonna veto that. Build Redux has taken away any of the power I had to actually customize a system for you. And if you know what, I'm gonna take a peek at them though. We're gonna take a look. I want to see how far they have fallen. Oh, Black Friday, you know, whatever. Still using a terrible case. You could actually see. Let me see. Open image in new tab. You can actually see it. Or how does it go? You can literally see it. You can see between here how this is like almost solid metal on the other side of these fans. It is so idiotic. This case is the worst, and they were so proud of it. Man. Yeah, this is it now, I guess. Also, you want a PC in white. They don't do that. They don't sell PCs in white. Okay, let's see if we can customize this. Let's look at AMD Plus. Customize. Wait, there's still a customized. Hold on. A better way. Okay, all right. We're making claims here. We're making bold claims. A better way to build your gaming PC. We've made it easier to find your perfect gaming PC. Instead of customizing every part, you can now pick from a wide range of models with base specs built for different budgets and gaming styles. Use our new filters and sorting tools to quickly find a system you love. It's faster, simpler, and just as customizable. Oh, hold on. Just as customizable. Are you sure? Like, let's say we click. Okay, we can't do it here. Okay. All right, view all, I guess. Okay, cool. That is so counterintuitive because they're supposed to have this and they just didn't have this. All right. Oh, cool. Core i7. Let's not mention what generation it is. Sure. What is that? It's going to be 14. It's okay. None of it is newer Intel, which I guess is fine, I suppose. Let's see. What if you want to shop by 40? Okay, the only GPUs you can get: 4060, 4070 Super, 4080 Super, and 4090. Zero AMD. So, not sure what they mean by AMD Plus here. More like AMD minus. But there's only 4 GPU options, which, to be fair, this runs the gamut of what most people would want. So let's say we choose 4070 Super. You now have these. How is this just as customizable? Well, let's click on it and find out. Let's say, and look, you can't change the case away from this. And I cannot stress this enough. Horrible, terrible, awful case. They actually told me after my review they were going to change the tooling. Never heard from them again. Because that's kind of crazy. Changing your tooling is ungodly expensive. Tens of thousands of dollars, if not anywhere around $100,000 to change tooling for a case. It's crazy. Mike Galloway said I'm on the list. Cool. That is if you're on YouTube, that's the code to do right there. There you go. Cool. You're going to get marked right there. There you go. Okay. I am basically not happy with Build Redux. I already wasn't happy with Build Redux. I want to see something here. All right, let's shop this AMD Advanced right here, right? 7700X. So you have some options here for memory and storage. You can go 1 terabyte storage, 32 gigs, all the way up to 4 terabytes of storage with 64 gigs. But what about that storage? What are the specs on it? Guess what? You don't have to know, idiot. We know, and that's enough. And click custom. They have a button that says customize just so that they can blue ball you on customizing. Where are the specs? Why would you hide the specs? Oh, it's because when it was clear that you were using old technology, just like Daddy Digital Storm, right? Just like your pappy Digital Storm, using old, like not ancient, but like outdated technology and labeling it performance series. You're just not going to tell us anymore. We don't get to know what the specs are. You're not putting PCIe Gen 4 here, huh? Because it probably isn't. Because you were using like 2200 megabyte per second drives before. Yeah. And no option to go any faster. It was something crazy like that. And like DDR5 5200. Oh, where are the specs? How hard is it? How hard is it to put 4 freaking digits on there? It's too hard, apparently. It's too hard. Build Redux needs a 3-dux. That's what they need. Because this Redux ain't enough. It is no good. I don't know what that meant either, all right? I don't know what that meant either. So this is like the opposite of vFloors. This is the opposite of most SIs, okay? Because most SIs you're good. But some of them are going backwards. And I think this actually justifies a video of its own. So we're going to talk about that. Can we look at Apex? No, we're not trying to completely derail this stream. I would still rather recommend this than Apex. And that is a very low bar. All right. So instead of that, because again, you want a white system. Build Redux just won't do it. They just won't do it, Mike. They won't do that. I hate to be a bad case, but I have little to no knowledge about PC specs, so please go easy on me. That's okay. That's what this channel's for. Okay, so we're just doing gaming. Budget is $2,500 listed here. What is the actual, if I may ask, what is the actual maximum budget? If it's right at $2,500, that's no problem. But if it's higher, you should tell me so I can take that into account. Is it like $2,750? Just because, you know, whatever your actual maximum is, please let me know. Ruruchu says that you need a better way to hug. I think analog works for me. And also, Michael, make sure you are caught up with the stream. You can just take the little bar at the bottom, the progress bar there, and just drag it to the right to make sure you're caught up, because we are having a dialogue right now, and it's kind of one-sided. That's one of the reasons I do kind of prefer Twitch when it comes to this. The Twitch lag is so much lower. The latency is so much lower. Let's see here. But we do want a white system. So now, one of the downsides here is that when it came to resolution, there's a reason that one of the options is I don't know. In the forum, I do explain each resolution. Like I show it here, how they compare to each other, how 1080p compares to 1440, and how it compares to 4K, which is a much higher resolution and much harder to run. But it says 1080p, easiest to run for your system, typical for budget-oriented systems and esports. 1440p, which is an excellent balance of visual fidelity and high frame rates. 4K, the most expensive standard monitors, best for AAA gaming and content creation, typically best suited to... Well, it doesn't show the rest here. Higher budget systems, there you go. And then ultra wide. These have either 1080p or 1440p equivalent vertical resolutions and can be harder for a GPU to run versus a typical 16:9 aspect ratio. That is a confusing explanation. I'm sorry. Milk Madness, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you for that. I'm willing to go up a little, but since I don't know much about PCs, I'd like to stick in the ballpark at 25. Okay, 2500 then. Okay. So essentially, with 2500, you can get into like some 4K gaming, but I think the better goal to aim for is very high level 1440p gaming. Oh, okay, so that's you, Milk Menace on Twitch. Got you. Okay, perfect. Oh wait, I have a thing that you can type in here, or no? Okay, never mind. I don't. That's something I can add myself if I want to. Okay. So yeah, my recommendation would be a really nice 1440p monitor, maybe even OLED or something, but it really depends on what your budget is for your monitor. 1440p, you can get excellent 1440p monitors for just over a couple $100. So, especially around Black Friday, monitors are one of the things that sell a lot on Black Friday. So yeah, we're gonna close that window there. Now, I would say a good option for this is actually going to be one of my Black Friday systems, the 9800X 3D system, but that one is aimed at gaming and streaming. However, you do have the option to upgrade the GPU. You will have the option to upgrade the GPU to 4070 Ti Super, and that's probably what I would do in your case. That'll still be under $2,500. It is going to be a white build for the higher end system, and it's going to have the best gaming CPU on the market, the 9800X 3D. But I did orient that system more towards gaming and streaming. So I would look for something that's going to be more gaming centric. Now, AJ, if you're still watching, none of the systems were in white, so that does preclude those from being any option here, unfortunately. So we can try that. Do a custom Alexander PC system. One thing that TJ is adamant about, TJ does not do Black Friday. TJ hates Black Friday and does not do Black Friday deals. That's what you'll find at some boutique builders. They don't have the leeway to just really slam their pricing like that. It does crash. I have to agree. And you know, the funny thing is, I at first because of this, at first the higher end system was going to be in a black Montech King 95 Pro. However, in the time from our meeting to now, they sold out of those. But they had the white King 95 Pro. Oops! Because it's only 30 systems, it should be fine. And, you know, the thing about it is most people who want a white system don't want to settle for a black case. They want a white case. But I've seen a lot of people who are like getting a black system who are like, oh, that's fine. I'll take one in white. So it actually kind of works out in that way. But yeah, only 25% of people who have filled out the form out of 501 responses have said, only a quarter have said that they want a white system. So my obvious thing to help the most people was to say, let's just make it a black system. But the $1299 system is going to fit that. So we do have one in that colorway. Anyway, coming back to this. So I would recommend the 1440p. That's what I'd recommend for you. Grab yourself a nice 1440p monitor, whatever your budget is for the monitor. Keep in mind that as it says in the forum, your budget should not include peripherals or a monitor. As it states here, this should not include taxes or shipping and should be separate from your budget for a monitor, peripherals, etc. So I'm going to take a quick look here. Well, no, you know, I feel like we have a custom system already. Let's look elsewhere just for this. What's Power GPU doing for Black Friday? Let's find out. Ooh, idea. Hold on. If you want a clean AF white system, there's one really good option here as well. If you know, you know. If you were here on Friday, you know. Sick PCs can build an insanely clean white system. So let's see. And plus they're giving, along with my coupon code, which gives you a really solid 5% off, you're also getting 20% off the build fee as well. Barucci says clean AF. Absolutely. Crash, that is correct. I do believe they provided more than enough without Black Friday. I agree with that. But let's try doing a custom build in here that is going to be gaming specific. They did state they are getting more 9800X 3Ds, but I don't think that's necessary here, really. Because it's funny because now the 9800X 3D is getting to a point where it's like not just for gaming. But yeah, we'll select it anyway. It is the top option here. The Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 looked so good in this build. I'm going to select that. And this motherboard. Oh, God, this motherboard. The Strix X870. It's overkill, but damn, it looks good in a white build. RAM 32 gigs, DDR5 6000. I don't know if I want to go for the Royal Neo, the Royal Neos, but like they looked really good. We're basically recreating the build from Friday. You want me to show it to you real quick? Michael, let me show this to you real quick. That was me turning off the lights. Oops. Look at this thing, though. It's so freaking clean. And let's show a couple things. This is their cable management. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the interior with that motherboard and that RAM. Like, look at that, man. It's super clean. And they cable manage absolutely everything to a T. The Best Buy iBuyPower sale was hands down the best pre-built offer I've seen thus far. Okay, in what sense was it the best one? Just price versus CPU and GPU? Because that's not really how I do things. Yeah, the 4070 Super looked nice. I might go a little higher though, but if we can, because this thing does come out to quite a bit with that motherboard and the, well, we got to see. We still have to, it's the boutique builder, so we got to make sure it still fits. Like, you don't necessarily have to go with this chrome and like be-gemmed RAM here. You can just go with some black sticks of RAM and they'll look fine. Like, it's just a little bit more to go for the Trident Z5 Neo, DDR5 6000 CL30 right here, 32 gigs. Let's go with that. Let's see, let's see, 990 Pro. 2 terabyte Gen 4. Now, this is very similar to the PC that's currently up for giveaway right now. Quadrapod Cone. Why not just build your own? Because Quadrapod Cone, most people don't want to. I love building PCs, but By volume, per year, about 70% of PC hardware goes to pre-builts, and that's fine because it is the best gateway into PC gaming. Building your own is a separate hobby from PC gaming, and not everybody has to do that in order to PC game. And I'd appreciate, you're asking it as a question, which is fine. But I do discourage any kind of, gatekeeping kind of stuff in my community. You're not doing that necessarily by asking an innocent question. But it's normal for people to not, it's a service. Why not cook all your own meals? Why not change your own oil every time? Maybe you do some of those things, but you don't do everything yourself. A lot of things that you do, you get someone else to do it for you and you pay for that service. Most people, the majority of new PC users and whatever, even some people who've been PC gaming forever, still prefer to get a pre-built. If that leads to them getting into PC DIY, all the better, because I love that. But not everybody has to do that. Why aren't you using Part Picker? Because they want it to be built for them. And this is a boutique builder. So 4070 Ti Super. Let's see if we can fit it in there. Vertex 750. 750 would do the job. I like to have extra headroom in the power supply for future upgradability because Lord knows, GPU manufacturers are not backing down in terms of, actually, I have an idea. I want to go with AMD if possible. You're going to get more frames per dollar on that. They just have, I think they just have NVIDIA. That's a little bit annoying. I forgot that. They don't do AMD GPUs. It's a real shame. 1000 watts, here we go. And then for the case, the one we used in this one right here, if you take a look at this, this is the one I unboxed that's up for the giveaway that I unboxed on Friday and tested here. There we go. And that is the Fantex XT Pro right there. You just get more value and customization when building your own. Everybody does know that, yes. It is very true. It's not really a revelation. Everybody does know that. And in fact, in every video of SI Weekly, my show that I do on YouTube, one of the disclaimers is, hey, if you're on the fence as to whether to get pre-built or build it yourself, I highly encourage you to go ahead and give it a shot. Build it yourself because you'll get more for your money that way. However, if you want to go pre-built, good. This is the one channel that is dedicated to helping pre-built buyers not make bad decisions. Milk Menace says, I'd build my own, but I just don't have the time. Very true. With SICK, you can build your own. They give you the option to take the build fee off and they just send you the parts. Oh, how did I not see that? Huh. Well, that's cool because then it takes away the necessity to make sure you figure out all of your needs when it comes to compatibility and all that. Okay, so with everything, this comes out to be a little too much. What I would probably do is forego. See, one thing on this is the motherboard, although it looks gorgeous, adds a couple $100 to the price that you just don't need to pay. Yeah, it's $401. When they have an option that looks quite good, it would look quite good in a white build. In fact, this is the motherboard that's coming in our $1299 system right here. $271.92, select that. Oh, I have to redo everything if I change something. I forgot that. It's cool. We've already made all our determinations, our decisions, so I just got to go back and redo that. Select. And select. Select. Time for Chase Infinite Money glitch. It's just check fraud. It's not a glitch, but okay. Select. And 990 Pro 2 terabytes. Select. And 4070 Ti Super. Awesome for 1440p performance. That 16 gigs of VRAM is really nice. Select that. And you know you're getting a white GPU in there. It's a bit pricey for that, to be clear. But this is a boutique builder. That's how that goes. 1000 watts, Seasonic, always a good bet. The XT Pro Ultra, one of the cleanest cases I've seen in a long time. I'm like, to be frank on that. Now, if you want to, If you want to go with the case with more glass, the XT View is a good option. So I'll ask you that right now, Milk Menace. Would you prefer the mesh front panel like I have here? One thing about mesh that is totally underappreciated. Totally underappreciated. Look at this. Look at how it diffuses the RGB. It is gorgeous. Okay, I love a mesh front panel for how it diffuses that light. However, you can also go with one that really shows off the build a little bit more by getting this case here that has front and side glass. I just got back from the Geek Squad. They charged me $400 flipping dollars to put my RAM in the right slot because I'm in the wrong one. That's why I don't like the Geek Squad. That's, yeah. Okay, cool. You can go with the mesh. Yeah, it really, really looks good. And then we get some white Fantex M25 120 millimeter fans. And there you go. That's your full build. And before the build fee, that does bring it to $25.82. I don't want to redo everything, but was there somewhere else that we could shave off some of the price here? I would say in the CPU, actually. It's just really not going to be that critical to have a 9800X3D at 1440p. If you were doing esports titles at like 1080p, I would say, yeah, go with the highest end CPU you can, because at 1080p, it's more CPU bound than in any other resolution, a higher one anyway. But you can shave off a couple $100 going with a non-3D Vcache CPU. Do they have a 7800X3D on here? They don't. Oh, they do. And it's almost the same price. Yeah, I would definitely get the 9800X3D. It runs cooler and performs better. Why is the 9800X3D better than the older 9950 that has more cores? Well, Librarian Immortal, it depends on what your use case for the PC is. If you need 16 cores and 32 threads, it's not better. This person is just gaming. You don't need 16 cores, 32 threads. It's not a gaming CPU. The 9950X is not a gaming CPU. It is a CPU for a multi-purpose system, particularly if you're doing productivity tasks, multi-threaded processes, things like that do require that. But 3D Vcache is crazy for gaming. The funny thing is, though, that the higher resolution you get to, 1440p or 4K, the CPU becomes less important. But the $557 you're looking at here, which, trust me, this is still way cheaper than scalp prices, which are getting there. I've seen some of them at like $900 to $1,000. It's kind of a backwards thing. It's kind of like VRMs. If you know, you know. But the more expensive motherboards have more cooling on their VRMs, yet the VRMs are higher quality and higher in number, meaning that they run cooler by default. So if you have fewer VRMs and if you have lower number of phases, they're going to have more of a load on them. They're going to run hotter, and they're usually not as high quality, but they often get less heatsink on them. It's crazy. But I would say a 7700X here is probably going to be all you need, or even a 7600X for just gaming at 1440p. Yeah. And they could actually go with something like an air cooler if you want to, or a 240 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. You can still go with a 360 if you want to, but it's really not necessary for 7600X. So then we go with this option here. You can save a bunch off your cooler too. And it is really a nice one. The Arctic Freezer 36 ARGB. It's a really nice cooler. The X870 motherboard here. Bam. RAM. Done. Storage. I'm doing this all over again. Here we go. 2 terabytes. Dunyan rings. And the centerpiece. This, if you're going to higher resolutions, is where most of your budget should go, to the GPU. Now, some people might look at that and be like, a 7600X with a 4070 Ti Super? Yes. If you're just gaming at higher resolutions, your CPU gets to start kicking back and it's got way less work to do. It's like, whoa, man, this is way fewer frames per second. You're kicking out there, GPU. What's the deal? Well, I'm doing more pixels. I'm rendering more pixels, so there's fewer frames. All right, cool. That's just how that goes. Bam, 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 done. And that has brought the system down to 2197.86. And it's gonna do everything you need it to do. And it's gonna look awesome. So, oh yeah, operating system, Windows 11 Pro, there you go. Now you can get yourself things like cable mod cables if you want to have some custom cables on there. And no, there's no purple. Mikey, where are my purple cables at? Anyways, if there's a color that you like here, just choose those if you want to. These are not your standard like Asia Horse cable extensions. These are cable mod cables. These are specific to the power supply. They are actual custom cables. So they cost more than your $30 cable extensions. But these aren't necessary things. We'll go ahead and add this to cart. Bam. And then we'll see what it comes out to with my discount code. And as you see, there is a discount on the build fee right there, which is really nice from a boutique builder. Glad to see that. And then we go here. We'd had to proceed to checkout, but I'm going to go ahead and share cart to go ahead and get the cart out of this. Now, if you're not sure about the CPU and you want to go with the higher end CPU, you're totally free to do that. You can do that. I just, in my opinion here and from my experience, you don't really need to. Plus, you have upgradability down the line because it's socket AM5. Caleb Dreyer, you already answered your own question. You need to have the proper cables. You should shut down your PC immediately. Do not run your GPU, the most expensive component in your PC, off of inadequate power. I can't believe it even powered up. I think you had, oh, I do have more systems in the cart. My bad. How do I clear this out? 1111. Okay. We'll drop that, drop that. You're right. Thank you for catching that. Okay. Oh, it's got the Brave Throne code already. $149 off. I think I still got something wrong in the cart. Yeah, we're not doing a 360 millimeter AIO. This should do it. $25.32 and 36 cents. So right around $2,500. And this, again, this is not just a slapdash job of installation. I mean, they really put their time into cable management. It's really, really nice. They build beautiful computers. So now I can share the cart. Thanks for the answer, by the way. No problem. That's the code that gets you $133 off right there with that code. Nothing wrong with that. And there you go. Yeah, Caleb, if you're not supplying sufficient power to your GPU, I'm surprised your system's even running. It should not be. You should not be using it if you don't have the proper power cables. Please shut that thing down. Okay, so that is a custom system from a boutique builder right there. It's going to beat the pants off of anything Build Redux could have done, and it's going to be a beautiful white system too, which is going to exactly what you asked for there. Now, the next person, I don't think Curtis is back yet. The Frog Curtis is back yet. So Woody Afu is next. I'm not moving too fast through here. I'm really not. I need to speed it up already. So what we're looking at here for yours, I hope you're still here. Bray, have you had you have an air cooler and a 360 AIO in the build, so it is cheaper. Ah, dang it. Okay. Okay, 2410. That makes sense. Okay, good. Anything else that's duplicated? Good Lord. Thank you. I'm going to reshare the cart. All right. And 2 DDR5? Oh, I thought I only saw one. I just looked. Expo CL36. I chose the other ones. Good Lord. I swear. It's just weird that because it's all in individual parts. So I did miss some stuff. 7600X. You know, considering what we came out to, I actually would like to give you a small upgrade on your CPU. Now, can I do that? Let's do this. If I go here and I go to custom builder, oh, I have to add a whole system. That's not going to work. All right, never mind. Well, 7600X is going to do exactly what you need. 7700X is something you can consider. And if you want to go that route, you can say, hey, can I change this to 7700X? You just like message them. They have a thing right here, a little button right there where you can just talk to them. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. There, right there. Click that, say, hey, I have this cart here, but I want to change the CPU, and they'll do it for you. Okay, there we go. That's your cart. There you go. Thank you for those fixes, Igor. I appreciate that. That would have been really confusing for everybody. There we go. And it is a different URL, so that should be fixed. Click on parts. What? Where? What? What do you mean? Go to cart. Oh, there's a parts thing, isn't there? Parts, CPUs. Yo, we can do it. All right, you're getting a whole other thing now. Okay. Okay, 7700X. This is just going to give you 2 more cores, 4 more threads. It's going to give you a little bit more capability with your CPU. And I would say, yeah, do that. Add to cart. We'll go remove the other CPU. And there it is. We'll just trash that. And I will now share the cart. Haha. 3rd time's a charm. Although that might be the 4th time. Still charming, though. Can't thank you enough. I've been thinking about getting a new PC for a long time, but I couldn't find a trustworthy source. So again, thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Now it's complete. Okay, updated there. Updated here. Cool. Done. Thank you. Thank you, Igor. Thank you for keeping me on that. I haven't done many of those with sick PCs, so it's good to see the, you know, to get some practice in on the way that they have their thing set up, because it's a very new configurator for them, and it's a new one for me too. Not gonna lie. I thought you were telling me that I smell, Kenneth. Kevin. Sorry, Kevin. Not Kenneth. Kenneth is a different person. That's not you. I like playing around with the checkouts of the SIs. It is fun. It is fun. And it's funny because I do that for basically for a living. So you'd think that I would have a keener eye for it. Sometimes I just like gloss over. If I do think about upgrading my PC, I'll 100% be coming back. Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay, Woody Afu. Let's take a look at this. Gaming and streaming, 1440p in white, budget 2500. I've already got you. You're done. You good. Were you here when I talked about the custom system for Black Friday that I'm doing with Skytech? Despite what I said earlier, because you're looking at 1440p, despite what I said earlier about the CPU not being as important when it comes to gaming at 1440p, the advancements that they got with the 9800X 3D, putting the 3D V-cache underneath the core complex die are awesome. They have higher frequencies. It runs cooler. It's better for productivity stuff than its counterpart, the Ryzen 7 9700X, which is crazy. That's never happened with a 3D V-cache component before. So for a gaming and streaming system, I specifically chose that CPU. I chose a specific motherboard. I chose a specific power supply. I chose a specific case, which is a gorgeous Montech King 95 Pro. I chose the RAM. I chose the GPU. And what I would suggest for you, when the page goes live on Friday, Black Friday, you will have an option to upgrade the GPU to a 4070 Ti Super, which will raise the price from $1999, but it will still be under the $2,500 budget you have here, probably something around $2,300. And I chose the parts for it. Do I still have those? Yes, I do. Plus, because it's a white system, it's coming with this to cover the rear fan, and not cover it, because you see it's very perforated. But this is a fan cover that's going on there. It's a special edition collab PC with Skytech, and it's going to be super awesome. And I got to hand pick the components. Like, I can't tell you how happy that makes me. The one down budget is more at $2,200. Well, it should be around that, but for 1440p gaming and streaming, a 4070 Super is more than enough. But the thing is, you can go into this knowing it's not like there are, if you go to Amazon or Newegg, there's so many Black Friday deals that are going to be like, oh my God, this has a 4080 or whatever, and this CPU, but you have no idea, no concept of what the motherboard is, the power supply is. You don't know whether it's even going to be a full ATX motherboard, something I'm very specific about in a full ATX case. But no, I handpicked all the parts for this. So there is no stone unturned on how good the quality of the parts are going to be. And because I aimed for this system to be for gaming and streaming, the motherboard I picked, hang on, I'll show you. Not only does this look good in a white build, okay? A little splash of color there with these little teal accents, all the silver on there. It's not a full white or gray motherboard. I understand that. But my one limitation was I had to work within what Skytech had in stock. And they had this awesome motherboard in stock. But take a look at this. For gaming and streaming, this is awesome for the price. Very, very good I/O. You have your keyboard, mice, headsets, things like this that go into USB 2.0. Then you have all these USB 3.0 for like your Elgato webcams, devices that require USB 3.0, and then really fast ones for external storage, capture cards, things like that. Plus a 20 gigabit per second USB Type-C, Wi-Fi 6E, and 2.5 gig Ethernet, plus BIOS flash button. I wouldn't recommend a motherboard without that at this point. Plus it has 4 M.2 sockets on it, so you have a 2 terabyte SSD that's already coming with this, and you have 3 more you can add, plus very, very important for a streaming machine, PCIe expandability for things like internal capture cards or additional USB PCIe cards to expand your I/O if you start getting more and more things like, okay, I got 2 Stream Decks, but now I want a Stream Deck pedal and maybe a Stream Deck Plus because it's got the knobbies on it, and I got an audio interface too, so I need a good you think it's just when you really start getting into streaming, it's nonstop for some people. Some people just keep it simple and they're happy with that. But I would rather you have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Dr. Deadclick says, meh, get the ROG. I've seen some very meh ROG boards. Yeah, just hope that there isn't a flipped capacitor on it. That would be terrible, but I couldn't imagine Asus doing that because they're just the best. A motherboard, you know, it's very easy to overspend on a motherboard. This thing being like $250 is awesome. Full X670E, so you're getting the dual chipset, tons of throughput, tons of I/O. It's really, really good. It's good looking, you know, 4 M.2 sockets on it, great VRMs, great power delivery, great VRM cooling on it. It's just got all the things that I would recommend. You're good. You don't, you know, no fanboyism over here. I see something that's good, then I recommend it. So what's going to happen is on Black Friday, the system goes live, and I'll have a link to it that you can click and go there, and then you can choose whether you want to upgrade it to the main point of this system here. The main point of what we were doing was that you can either get this pre-built, built, tested, warranted, and shipped, or you can build it yourself for like the same price. So this built, warranted, and shipped system is supposed to be at around the same price as a PC part picker list. Now that's hard on Black Friday, and it could be that some prices on some of the components drop on Friday. I can't control that, but for the most part, you're going to know you got a system for around the same price as building it yourself, fully warranted, built, and tested for you, and all the work is done. So I'm not recommending this to everybody, but because you said you want to do gaming and streaming at 1440p and you want a white system, I couldn't not recommend this to you. There you go. I don't have a link for you yet, but I will soon. Have you heard of Clutch Computers? I have. They actually came in and hung out for a little bit. It was pretty cool. Now, Dr. Deadclick, I was hoping that you would have more to say on the matter because I'm not always right about stuff. So if you've got something for me there, this is not a customizable system other than the GPU. So, and it is going to be limited. There's going to be 30 of the 9800X3D systems because the 9800X3D is hugely in demand. But we also have a 1299 system that can game at 1440p, but it's not designed for streaming. But welcome, JR. Welcome to the stream. So Woody, I would say that's good for you right there. Any secondary options just in case? Well, if you're already going to be there, let's just go refresh the thing here. They should have some Black Friday deals already. Actually, let's go to the main page. Let's go back to the main page because it should be now live. I'll just find you another one from here. Uh, 7900X and 4070 Ti Super. See, this would be okay. This would be okay. This would be fine. But I think our build might be better. Let's take a look at this one. Let's take a look at the full spec list. For this to have a 4070 Ti Super at $2049 is a really good price. I just feel like the 9800X3D is going to be a better choice for you. You're going to get better gaming performance out of that than a 7900X. That's for dang sure. But the 7900X is a 12-core, 24-thread CPU. 2 terabyte NVMe, does not say PCIe Gen 4, 850 watt gold. I can't verify, I can't validate what the parts are going to be in this system, like what motherboard you're going to get, what power supply you're going to get. The power supply that we have, I know, is a gold-rated Tier B power supply on the PSU Cultist tier list, which it being gold-rated on that list means it is a pinnacle of that tier. But I don't know what 850 watt 80 plus gold power supply is going in here. There's also B650 motherboard rather than X670E. So there's that. 360 millimeter AIO, same as what we're putting in the other one. But I did choose a white one for that. This one looks like it's a black AIO instead, just with white fans on it instead. But you'll have a white radiator and a white CPU block and white tubes on the one we're using. But this is a good backup. This is definitely a solid backup. So I'll put this as a secondary option for you. And that's actually why I have something here that says secondary system. Because that happens. In some cases, there's going to be a situation where something is of a limited quantity, and it's always good to have a backup. So I'm glad you asked. No problem, Woody. You good? All right, so Epoch. What's up? Gaming and 3D design, Alexander PCs. So, as it states here, which application are we talking about? .3D printing Chitu box. I've never heard of it. Okay. When are you going to do your Black Friday reveal for the PC you've been making? I've been talking about it throughout the entire stream, Jose. And there's 2 of them. I'm not going to put everybody through talking all about it again, but you do have the VOD, and it is very close to the beginning of the VOD. Asteri, are you out there? Are you here? You are. Hi. Hi. Sorry, I can just look at users in chat. Hi, sorry. I saw that there was a Discord message from you. I don't have Discord open right now. But the link for the system will be live on Friday morning. It'll be live on Black Friday. I don't have a link for it right now, unfortunately, but it is a Black Friday deal. Elegoo resin printer uses Cheetah. That's cool. That's fine. I don't do much 3D printing. The reason I ask is because you can tell me if it's like Blender or something like that. It's a more common program for 3D design. But yeah. A stoop low. Sorry, I just saw that. How are you this fine evening? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Okay. So you said you don't know when it comes to resolution. At $2,000, I'd probably recommend, 1440p. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? I don't usually talk about stuff like this, but I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving. I just, imagine what it would be like to be Native American and see people celebrating Thanksgiving, which is not a good time. It was not a good time for them, actually. So I don't really celebrate that. We still home cook. We still make a meal at home, but we don't really celebrate the holiday. We cook at home because a lot of restaurants are closed, and you know what? We do like to have a nice meal now and then. So we're just gonna make a roast and chill. Well, I might actually end up streaming for Thanksgiving. Which is something I actually do like to do since I don't celebrate it, because there are a lot of people out there who don't have they can't really celebrate Thanksgiving with anyone, so we hang out instead. And I might actually be doing a couple of PC builds on that day. So that's what I might be doing for Thanksgiving. I'm really liking your content. You're a knowledgeable man. I restarted the live from the start to see what you're about. Thank you, Mac Daddy. Well, actually, I better tell you that in chat. My uncle that looks like you, Bray, is smoking a turkey. I actually had back when we did celebrate, I did have a really great turkey recipe I would do that I got from my mom, which is to cover it in cheesecloth, and then every like 20-30 minutes or so you soak the cheesecloth in clarified butter and also inject it with it as well, and it just keeps it moist. It's so good. But turkeys are also a lot of work. I was actually considering maybe doing a smoked brisket, but I just don't have the time to prep and babysit it. Yeah, it's also been forever since I've smoked brisket. It's how does he fit? Lux, you came out of lurking just for that, and I absolutely approve of that decision. I did Thanksgiving on Monday with the family. Oh, that's cool. I don't judge other people, by the way, for celebrating Thanksgiving. I make those kind of determinations for myself. I don't make those choices for other people, and I don't lose respect for anyone who celebrates Thanksgiving, because a lot of us grew up celebrating that. And a lot of people will celebrate Thanksgiving as a football day or something, and a turkey day, rather than like, hey, let's talk about, the pilgrims and stuff. No. One of the best barbecue sandwiches at IMO is brisket. Oh yeah. I smoke a brisket for Christmas every year. I like doing a spiral sliced ham a lot of the time, because ham is so underrated, man. It's like a honey glazed spiral sliced ham. Oh, forget it. Epoch, so we were doing this. Sorry, I got distracted. You say you want Alexander PCs. I can't deny that. That's a great SI. Let's go on over. But considering that you're doing, we were talking about resolution. I was saying I recommend 1440p if you're not sure. It is like, it's probably becoming the most fast adopted resolution, because it's a great balance of visual fidelity and refresh rate. And it's also great prices on 1440p high refresh rate monitors. Right now, I would recommend a fast IPS one, or if you can get your hands on one, an OLED if possible, but not too many 1440p OLEDs out there. A lot of them are coming in at 4K. But either way, I would recommend 1440p for your setup. And probably something like a 4070 Super for your GPU, since you're doing 3D design. Let's just see what we got here. And probably AMD, because AMD in some cases tends to do well, it's hard to say. For one thing, I don't know that they have newer AMD in the custom configurator yet. And you wanted it in black, right? Okay. That's rough. They still don't have newer AMD stuff. They do have the 7800X3D, which is cool. And if you're looking at this plus 881 is not because it costs that much for the CPU. It's because it changes the RAM, the motherboard, a bunch of other stuff. To be clear. They're boutique, but they ain't that boutique. Come on. Braxton, that is a great way to approach that. I'll be eating lots of turkey and thanking God for my blessings, but I celebrate your opinion about this. May have a great day, bro. I appreciate that. And keeping it as a more personal thing like that. Yes, I don't like. For me, it's to celebrate the historical ramifications. That's what, and because that's in a lot of the representation of the holiday, it just turned after as I was. That it was part of my maturation as a human being. Not everybody follows that same path. That's me. That's my path. So I'm glad that you feel the same way, where it's just like, hey, I do my thing, you do your thing, and we're all happy. That's a great way to look at it. Tech Bite, what's up? I'd love to tell you about my full experience with Build Redux. It's definitely been a roller coaster. We have, I don't know if you're already part of the Discord, Tech Bite, but we have an SI testimonials group of channels on the Discord, and there is a dedicated Build Redux channel. And testimonials are super helpful. It helps me with my own. I can't secret shop every SI, and even secret shopping isn't that useful, because then you get one example of their work, whereas you need a lot of them to really get an idea of what a company's like. So I let the community do that. So if you decide that you want to do things like taking pictures, taking snippets of conversations with customer service, things like that, and integrating all that into an elaborate testimonial, that is one of the most helpful things you can do for the rest of the community. And I highly encourage that. Are you a frame rate guy or uncapped frame rate guy? Well, I mean, it depends. Sometimes you can save system resources by capping your frame rate. However, it has been shown that if you have, say, a 240 hertz monitor and you're roughly doubling that in an esports title, it can actually provide you with more up-to-date information per frame, and professionals with very high reflexes can actually capitalize on that. Not everybody can, though. So capping your frame rate, not a bad idea, and it can help you. Unless you're gaming competitively, cap your frame rate. $16 gigs, 10 gigs storage, CPU, RAM, GPU RAM, greater than 1 gig. Yeah, we're going to meet that. That's not a problem. What's up, Walleye? How's it going? What's up, Defiant? Welcome. Hey, just wanted to say I'm back, but I can wait for the others. Well, you'll be after this one we're doing right now. Anyway. Let me ask you this. Priority-wise, is your higher priority gaming than 3D printing? And also, yes, thank you, Carragers, for coming up with that. I do appreciate that. Coggle has a good point. I can throw something together that's close, and you can contact them directly about the newer CPUs. Because, you know, you might want something like the newer 9800X 3D because it does better than the 9700X when it comes to productivity stuff, which is crazy, but it's true. I usually cap my FPS at 120 for most games. That's a healthy number. I would usually recommend capping your FPS to whatever your monitor refresh rate is. My game list is currently satisfactory, and Project Zomboid. I have PS5, so this will be transition for me. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Welcome to the PCMR. Let me be the first to welcome you to PCMR, and we'll let Alexander PCs be the second. But do you prioritize gaming over, would you say you game more frequently than you do 3D printing? Because I would say 7800X 3D is going to be good if that's the case. Why is Caleb Dreyer redacting so many messages? What is going on there? Gaming more. All right, let's. So what we can do, you can choose this, and if you want to, you can request a 9800X 3D instead. I'm not sure what that would do to the price. 32 gigs of RAM. So this brought it to 2059 immediately. What is the default? It's a 4070. So this does put us above budget. Maybe a 7700X then. It only takes $68 off, but that puts us under budget. Oh, so you wanted your build in black, right? That is correct. Okay. Now, one thing I do feel the need to remind you guys of, this price includes shipping and a lifetime parts and labor warranty. Plus custom cables in the color of your choice, custom cable extensions in the color of your choice. I went ahead and went with a Landcool 216 for the case. It's a great solid case with great 160 millimeter fans in the front and RGB, and great build quality. I've reviewed a system in this case and I thought it was excellent. 7700X is not going to be as good for gaming, but oh wait, hold on a second. This is only going to be 2009 with my discount of $50 using code Braethorn. So there is that. I run my CNC and 3D printer on a 10105F and a 2060, no issues. That's true, but I do try to optimize. Yo, that's not me. Okay. Yeah, you probably do. Like, you do know that the election is over, correct? Okay, good. And we also don't talk politics here, so that was going to get you banned anyway. Yeah, that is the wrong channel. I mean, I don't think there is a right channel for impersonating somebody else. That's just that's two big C's on that. Creepy and cringe. But all right, hi, I guess. Please don't imitate other chat members. That's just a weird choice. Okay. 32 gigs DDR5 6000. Don't ban me. Yeah, I mean the possibility of you having the exact same name and choosing a very same logo are almost non-existent. So I don't really think you're you. Please don't do that. Change your name back to whatever it's supposed to be. 2 terabyte NV3. Oh, let me ask you this. I don't know why I haven't asked yet. I can live with $10 over. What is the actual maximum budget, if I may ask? The actual maximum budget, is it like $22.50 or something? Because I'd like to upgrade your GPU, but we really don't have the budget for it unless you actually do have the budget for it, which you would need to tell me that. All right, well, that's done. $2,200 is max I would go. Perfect. That means we can get you a 4070 Super. And it's going to be $2,150 after my discount. $2,154. Or we can do, I would do the 850 watt power supply. Okay. So that's going to be $2,174 with shipping, with lifetime warranty. As long as you use my discount code, you'll be good to go. This is with 2 terabytes of storage. This is with a AK620 digital. Still a great cooler, and yes, they are allowed to sell those. And you do have a lifetime warranty on your parts, so you don't have to worry about the whole deep cool thing. You still get to enjoy their what were their awesome products, which is great. I like. This is such a good cooler. Not gonna lie. And plenty of cooler for a 7800X3D. The other option is that we can you do the 7700X, and it's going to run even cooler than that. Oh wait, hold on. This cooler right here is cheaper actually, and is a 240 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler, and it's dropped down the price. I like that. I like it. Right, ex-military man is having issues with PC and is thinking about talking to you about it. That's fine. I'd love to talk about it. It's actually easy to see who was copying who, because all I have to do is go back, and one of them was chatting longer. The one who came in after that was the one who was copying and started asking really weird questions. That's who was copying. So that was a pretty easy one to figure out. Okay. The current code has changed to Braethorn, so that's the one you would use. And that's going to make this $2,149. Not so bad. Not so bad at all. It's a good system. The thing about going with Alexander PCs is that I mentioned this earlier, they don't do Black Friday. The value with them is elsewhere, and that's fine. Love X reminds me of my brother-in-law, and he's my brother. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Does anyone remember who did ex-military man get their PC with? Lifetime warranty is wild. Binary Theory. The thing about it is TJ is committed to that. Like, as long as it's not something like you took a baseball bat to your PC or like spilled your Monster Energy drink into the top of it or something like that, where you were just negligent, is if it's a problem with the PC, they'll do what it takes to get you working again. Like yeah. They're probably, at least for SIs that have a lot of testimonials, they're the only one in SI testimonials that's 100% positive. A lot of them are close to that, but it's very, it's like they're the only ones that are 100% positive. That's wild. Okay, so for this one, we're just evaluating a build. Right? Is that right? V-Floors 58? And you sent me a PC part picker list as close as you could. Oh, X-Man built his PC himself. Okay. Well, I would say that our techies would be a great option for helping figure out the issue. Our volunteer techies in the Discord are amazing. Lifetime as long as they're in business. I have a gateway that I can't get serviced anywhere. Well, and Defiant, remember that the lifetime, like most people will have their, like, you'll probably upgrade to another PC before you would ever have to worry about that. Alexander PCs, from my observations, is a really fast, like, they're growing. In the time that I've been talking to him, he's already moved to a larger warehouse. Like, Alexander PCs is doing good. And the other thing is, there's no, like, I haven't seen a single deceptive practice. That's one of the things that gets you canned pretty early on. Look at light gaming PCs and probably Apex gaming PCs at some point in the near future. Okay, let's look at this build. This is apparently not exactly like the build from Stints Built, but close. So we're looking at, okay, 7800X 3D. How long have you had this, by the way? There's someone in front of me, I think. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, we'll do that first. You're right. That Frog Curtis, you said you're back, right? We can do yours real quick. Not real quick, but we can do yours. Really, for this one, though, it's just me looking at this and saying, for gaming only, this is 32 gigs here, 56000 CL30. Perfect, of course. B650 Tomahawk. It's a good motherboard for just gaming PC. Galahad 3 Trinity, SL Infinity, and an Air 903. Okay, yeah. RM850E. That's a good power supply for this GPU and CPU. Yeah, I think you did fine. And going with Stints Built, never a bad choice. That's a great SI. Is Ryzen 750 700X good for designing? Jack Guthrie, if you're doing designing and you're doing it in such a way that you make money off of that, one thing you need to consider, and something that, like, say, smaller firms that do that professionally need to consider, is future upgrades. And with a 5700X, you don't have those, other than like a 5950X. That's it. And if you're designing, which designing is pretty vague, you could be doing graphic design, you could be doing 3D design, and they're two very different things. But you know that they are different requirements for that. If you're doing, I don't know. I mean, Photoshop is usually for photo editing, but I do most of my graphic design in Photoshop, and it prefers fewer cores. The 5700X would do better than a 5950X in Photoshop from Adobe. But if you're doing 3D design, a 5950X is going to be better. But really, I would say go AM5 if you haven't bought your PC yet. Even if it means getting something that has 6 cores instead of 8, you have that future upgradability, and that's going to benefit you if you're doing something professionally. No, I think you did good with this. You have that extra storage, probably going to put your game library on the 2 terabyte drive. Yes. Montech Air 903 is a great case to it. Like, it's not expensive, which is good. It has 140 millimeter fans on the front and rear. RM850E is a very well rated power supply, but I expect Stints to use good parts. Mag B650 Tomahawk is a good motherboard. So yeah, you're good. But yes, that Frog Curtis, are you here? Not trying to be rude, but why do you not like to talk politics? Just curious. I actually enjoy talking politics when people are reasonable and are willing to do things like agreeing to disagree, willing to maybe change their mind if you present a good point. The internet is not so much about that. So as a person who has a job to do, no one else does this job. of helping people with pre-builts, specifically focusing on that. Nobody else really does this. I'm not going to risk the goodwill of my community because the community, like some community members might be like, I don't care whether you can help me or not. Some people aren't very reasonable about that kind of thing. And there's just no reason for me to bring it up. So I straight up say, no politics talk. You can talk about that anywhere you want. This is not a town square. This is my space here on the internet. There are town squares out there where you're free to share like imagine the town square is one thing where you can go and share your opinions, but going into someone's living room and shouting about something, you can get kicked out and it's that person's right to kick you out of their home. That's how I treat this space. It's just not usually very helpful. I have brought up some things about like human rights and things like that because I feel very strongly about those things, but I limit that. It's only if I see if someone comes in and says something that's egregious and I'm like, listen, this is why I disagree with you, but that's all I'm going to say about it. Goodbye. What's up, Yozofril? How's it going? Thank you for the alert, Crash. Would you say 64 gigs of 5600 megahertz 37 is better for gaming and streaming? 32 gigs is usually enough for gaming and streaming, so I'd go with that. With the faster speed. Didn't try to sound rude, just saying his main focus is tech. There are other places to say talk about politics. True. I will say this, Stoop Low, it actually does not help that during this stream, you've changed your avatar picture. But clearly that was just copied. I've been doing good, yes. Just chilling. Yeah, well, working really hard, actually. But yeah. I can. The thing is, like, you changed your profile picture, avatar image, whatever it is, during the stream, so it made it hard to go back and just see. Because anyone that this person imitates, I'm just gonna go back and look at who chatted first and be like, oh, that's the real one. But you changed your picture during the stream, so I'm like, I had to actually think about it for a minute. All right, that Frog Curtis is here. Oh, looks like we get to do a Micro Center build. That's cool. A white build at Micro Center, 1440p, just gaming, budget. Okay, Curtis, what is your actual maximum budget, if I may ask? Is it like 3250 or is it 3300 or is it right at 3000? Either way, that's fine. Just need to know. I already did, Stuplo. I did. The messages are gone because of that. Like, you can see it. You can literally see it. Also, you guys can report other chatters on YouTube. You can report people. So, just so you know. 3300? Okay, cool. How did I guess that? I mean, I didn't quite, but still. Okay, we're going to Micro Center. And I'm going to crank this because I like this part. Rogers Bray. Love hearing your tech explanations, reasoning behind part choices, etc. Head in bed. Good night. Thank you, Rogers. Happy to do that. I like talking about this stuff. Can't believe they're using an AI generated image here. They literally have a store full of computers. They could have taken a picture of a real computer. Why do this? It's so annoying. This is kind of cool though, how you can start with a advanced build, base build, or power build, and then go from there. But that's, yeah, whatever. Okay, what you're doing with your system is... Oh, Stoop Low is here. You did say, your counterpart said you're on the list, but you never told me, like, hey, help me too. You do need to tell me that you're on the list. I don't automatically know that. Ordering the PC this Friday, and I'm stoked that 9000X3D is going to be a beast. Can't wait. Awesome. Were you here to hear about the Skytech one that I was talking about? Thanks again. See you next time. No problem, Epoch. I'll be here. Okay. Oh, I already did this. I'll just put approved. Sure. So just gaming, $3,300. That sounds like a 9800X3D. I sure hope they have it. Let's find out. They might not have it. Ooh, they have one with the white motherboard with the 7700X. I wonder, I might be able to swap the CPU on this if they have it in stock, but that's the thing, is they might not. I don't see a bundle for it. So we're going to select this bundle here because it's got the right motherboard, and it should keep the discount for that. Oh, choose a store. That's right. Wait, after I selected the store, I think it changed this. It's a 7800X3D. Which we might end up needing to go with, actually. And it'll be fine. The performance difference between the two is not massive. It's just that the 9000X3D is a little better in productivity tasks, which you don't have listed as a use case, and it runs a little cooler. All right, we'll just leave it as that. And see if we can swap our CPU and keep that discount on the motherboard and RAM, which would be very nice. They are sold out of the 9800X3D. Okay, well, 7800X3D it is, unless you want to wait for them to get the 9800X3D back in stock. And this one here should look good in a white build right there. With the Asus B650-A ROG Strix gaming Wi-Fi motherboard. It is a gorgeous motherboard, looks really good. It just doesn't have that all white look to it, and it's okay. It'll still look really good. Did you discuss upcoming deals earlier in the stream? I did, but I'm probably going to have a stream on Friday or Thursday going over more Black Friday deals because a lot of them aren't even available yet. So, yeah. And Defiant, I even talked about the 2 Black Friday deals that I collaborated with Skytech on. A system at $12.99 and a system at $19.99. And they're both awesome systems with hand-picked components by me. And yeah, they're absolutely excellent. So if you're at either of those price points, then you'll want to pay attention come Black Friday. Mac Daddy, I wouldn't say that. iBuyPower from iBuyPower is going to be a better option than getting it from a retailer like Best Buy or Newegg or Amazon. So yeah, I wouldn't say iBuyPower is less reliable, but they do cut corners on certain things like the motherboard and power supply where you just don't know what exactly you're going to get in a lot of cases. But if you're concerned about that, you can customize a system through iBuyPower and choose your parts, and there's usually going to be discounts on certain components, and then you can still get a good deal. Plus, they have a discount of 5% with iBuyPower too, if you buy directly from them, which is generally what I recommend. Okay. So 3300, we have our CPU, GPU, and CPU, motherboard, and RAM, and it's only at 650 so far. And you said you wanted a game at 1440p, easy peasy. And look at this. Why are you leaving the builder today? Who said I'm doing that, Micro Center? Is that what you want? Why are you lying? And a bunch of spaces there for no reason. There we go. Okay. So you could probably fit a 4090 in this system. I don't recommend that. First off, you just want a game at 1440p. You don't need a 4090 for that. It's way too much power and heat for not that good of a reason. Besides which, I wouldn't spend $1,800 on a GPU that's going to be replaced with a 5090 or 5080 in 6 weeks or so. But something like a 4070 Ti Super, yeah, something like that, yes. That's not going to get a replacement yet. Only the 4080 Super and 4090 are going to be replaced in January, as far as I've heard. Pretty sure that is not actual Nick Miller there. And I can tell that because actually, where is it? Oh, maybe it was then, actually. Just saying a incendiary political message in chat. Okay, bye, I guess. I don't know, because I don't see the previous message from that person. No, well, okay, don't say incendiary political messages in my chat. You'll get banned immediately, so there you go. Anyway, we're doing a white build. Let's try to find a good white GPU for this. That's a nice 4080 Super right there. Why can't I change pages? Okay, I have to do this. It's like their builder is broken or something. That is tempting. 7900 XTX for $889. That is very tempting. Let me ask you this question real quick. Is Micro Center preferred over the other boutique places that do have the other CPU in stock? That Frog Curtis, when you tell me that you're near a Micro Center, unless you tell me otherwise, like, no, I don't want Micro Center, I'm going to assume that you do. And the reason is this. They build your PC for you same day. That's one thing. It's very fast. The other thing is, when you have an issue, if you get their extra warranty, you don't have to ship your PC somewhere to get it fixed. You put it into your car, you drive it over to them and say, fix this, please. You don't have to subject your PC, your investment, to the rigors of the shipping industry just to get your warranty fulfilled. So for a lot of people, yeah, Micro Center is preferable if you're lucky enough to live near one. Oh my God, please just knock it off already. Oh God. Oh, this is sold out. Wait a second. In stock, please. Jesus. Okay. So I was going to ask you. Okay. Curtis, how important to you is ray tracing in games? Are you going to have ray tracing as a feature that you're using, or do you not really know what it is or care what it is? All right, you got it, Crash. What I wouldn't give to see the reactions to all your MC feedback. Binary, I know, yeah, it would be great. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I've seen Skytech Black Friday deal for custom PCs. Apparently, they're only taking off the building cost. Well, that's because, I mean, custom PCs, that's not the way to save money with. Whenever I cover Skytech, I don't really cover the, it's good to have the configurator. I love that. But their strength is really in their pre-configured systems, which is why we have a pre-configured system where I got to pre-configure it. And that makes me, it just tickles me. It's great. One of the best things about, okay, it's a little frustrating in its execution, but one of the coolest things about the way that bans are handled on YouTube chat is that they think their messages are still there, but only they can see them. It's actually hilarious. So really, all I have to do is take a second to verify who it is, click that, and then they're just farting into the wind. It's awesome. No, I just joined at the very end, I think. Okay. Duct tape, because it gets a reaction, even if you don't like it, you notice it. Are you talking about trolling? Because yes, that's what it does. I don't know what it is. Okay, so in that case, basically, there are some games where they'll have ray tracing on, and it'll just run FSR when you're doing that, probably if you're using a Radeon card. But I would say maybe this 4070 Ti Super would still be a better option, because if you don't know what it is, then you just leave your settings alone and it'll run a little better than with a Radeon card then. 16 gigs VRAM should take you for a really long time without any issues. And this card is not about to be replaced in January, as far as all of the rumors have suggested. It's all just a 5080 and 5090. So I would go with this. They at least have one of these in stock. Storage. Guess what we're going with, gang? This is an easy one. It's Micro Center. So Inland Performance Plus 2 terabytes is one of the best values in storage on the market, period. Great speeds, great reliability, and great price. 2 terabytes is what we're going with. It's very fast. and it has higher longevity than Samsung drives do, which is those are high quality drives too. Now the case. This is where you get to tell me some of your opinions. Okay, do you want a case with a lot of glass, like the glass front and glass side, or do you want front mesh with front intake? Do you have a preference there? Do you like a lot of RGB? Do you not care about RGB? Well, I don't say not care. You need to choose. Do you want RGB in there, or do you want less RGB if possible? How do you feel about it? You're going for a white build, so I figure you want it to be, a little aesthetic focused at least. That's a good question, Igor. Do you want some wood paneling on there? Because that is a thing. It's always a weird day when someone's Twitch chat is not worse than their YouTube chat. Yeah, the only time I've ever been harassed by a bunch of, spamming raiders was on YouTube chat. It's funny. But stoop low, what I would recommend, and for anyone who gets impersonated like that, right-click on the name and click reports, and then put misinformation or something for your selection, because they are misinforming that about who they are. There's no impersonation option. I wish there was. But yeah, we are waiting for an answer on that. I am going to choose the white cases because you wanted a white build. But yeah, see, like if you want wood paneling, there's the Fractal Design North right there and the North XL, both in stock, although there's only one of each. There's front mesh cases like the Air 903 Max, or this front and side glass like the O11D Evo, which comes with 0 fans, by the way, but that's just something you need to consider. The Landcool 216. Do they have the 207? There's a Landcool 207. This would probably be a really good choice if you want front mesh. This is a really popular case right now. Wow, school must be out tomorrow. YouTube kids are going nuts. It probably is, or a half day or something. I didn't realize that it was already 11:41. We're still going though. Curtis, any response on the case? Do you want front glass along with the side glass, or like a lot of visibility to the inside, or do you want front mesh? The choice, it is yours. I recommend checking their open box cases when you were there. You can save a few bucks that way. That's true. One thing about going to Micro Center, we could even put a temporary case choice here. And then when you're there, one of the coolest things about Micro Center is the fact that they have most of their cases on display. So you can actually see the proportions, what it looks like, the build quality, all of that. Okay, Curtis, I am going to need you to keep up a little bit. We are having a dialogue back and forth here, and it seems pretty one-sided. I'm not choosing your case for you. Oh, they got the Fantex XT View. That's a really nice case, too. And the XT Pro Ultra. That's always a good choice. It's just a really nice case for... Like, this is the case that this system is in. Oh, I got signed out. That's great. I love that. Thank you, Google. Appreciate it. This case. That's this case right here. It is kind of minimal for the cable management space, but that's just the nature of the case. It really is nice. When you got this thing powered up, the fans, the RGB from the fans is awesome. Well, that's the thing about lagging, about chat. Chat is immediate. So, yeah. Like some good RGB, and I'm fine with mesh if that makes it cooler. Well, if you have your fan set up properly, it doesn't make a huge difference, but it, we'll go with this guy right here because they do seem to have it. No, that's not the right thing. Here, hold on a second. Let me fix this. There we go. I'm probably just going to do one more after this, I think. I'm getting pretty tired. Maybe two. I don't know. Some people joined pretty late, but, you know, we will see. Okay, Fantex XT Pro Ultra. There we go. Yes, it is Defiant. That is the giveaway PC. Okay, power supply. What are we going with? A 4070 Ti Super. At least 850 watts should do the job. I know this is a well-rated power supply here. Let's pick our wattage here. I hate this. I hate this. You can't. They're like, no, you don't get to pick your wattage. Why would you want that? No, because I want that. All right, 800 to 899. All right. We could go a little higher just in case you want the upgradability down the line. Ooh, ATX 3.1. This is a nice one right here. Let's, you know what? You know what? Where does it get? It's not going to hurt anything to go 1,000 watts. Let's just do that. It's not like you're going to use any of that wattage unless your system demands it. Okay, Superflower LED X3. Awesome power supply. ATX 3.1. Very highly rated in the PC Cultist tier list. Let's go with that. Oh, but there's a Seasonic. That's ATX 3.0 though, not 3.1. There's room in the budget for it. Let's go with this guy. Seasonic is always a good choice. All right, CPU cooling. Okay, Curtis, that's good. There's usually less lag on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is I can choose to have less delay, but the problem is I want those VODs to stay up there and I want them to be in high quality because there's usually a lot of tiny text on the screen, so having it in 4K is helpful. And that introduces that latency. Color. Okay, it doesn't let us really choose that. Okay. Funny how they have Fantex cases but no Fantex coolers, but that's fine. Oh, let's actually change this. Let's put it to radiator size 360. There we go. Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. That's a great choice. Looks really nice. That's the one that's in this build right here, if you want to see it. That's this one right here. It's gorgeous. And it fits in this case. So we know that that works. That's mostly it. Wow, we're at 2078.94. We're pretty well under budget here because, and the reason is I hesitate to put you on anything that's about to be replaced like that 4090. So you got a couple choices here. If you go with this 4070 Ti Super, okay, you're going to get great 1440p performance already. And if you decide that way, you're not spending $1,900 on a GPU that's going to be replaced in January. You save that extra money, that extra $1,000 here, and here's what you can do with that. Same day pro assembly. You select that right there, okay? And then you can choose 2 or 3 year system protection, and it's all within warranty. Wait a second. Yeah, okay, that's $250. That's how much it costs when you have an AIO. You can do 2 or 3 year system protection with a lot of the with a chunk of what's left over in the budget, and that way if there's ever an issue while you have the PC, you just drive it over to them and here you go, bam, fix this please, thank you. So I'll throw that on there, but you can select this to replace it. So here's how this goes next, okay? So right here, you're going to want, I'm going to send you the link for this build. You're going to want to save the build and create a Micro Center account to do that, or you can just add it to cart. There you go. But you need to do one of those two things right away, and the reason for that is that, the reason for that is because if I help someone else with a Micro Center build, this one gets erased. So I was thinking about something. Is it a bad thing to leave your computer on all the time? Yeah, I mean, just like running any electronic device constantly. You'll want to shut it down now and then. Leave it off now and then if you want to. There's nothing wrong with that. Should I send a Discord message then? I wrote a big starter message and I think I'm 3/4 away from my turn. I'm not sure why you would need to. The form usually covers most of what needs to be said. Okay, there's your build right there. Just be sure to add it to cart or save it. Either way. I've helped a lot of people considering the fact that I also kind of recorded a YouTube video during the stream. Question for you, Binary Theory. Do you think your friend would be able to wait until Friday? Barry, is it bad to leave my PC in sleep mode? No, it's just that Windows 11 sleep mode sucks. You didn't make me one? Well, welcome back, Crash. It's snowing outside? That's cool. Oh. That's right. One thing, Curtis, you need to ask them to please install Windows 11 Home, but not activate it, okay? Because it costs like $120 at minimum to buy the operating system from them, or you can just have them install it and not activate it, and then get a key from my YouTube sponsor, VIP CDK Deals, using my code BRAID25, and you get Windows 11 Home for like $20-25 instead, and just activate it with that key. It saves you a bunch. And it works just as well. So that's what I would recommend. And they will install Windows for you without activation, just for free as part of the build of the system. Were you asking me? Well, I was asking, I mean, you're not Binary Theory. I was asking, first off, you didn't say asking what question you're referring to. I was asking Binary Theory if they would be okay with their friend waiting till Friday because this is Binary Theory's third time getting help, whereas this would be your first time, Mike, getting help. So I would like to get you taken care of. And since it's the third time for Binary Theory, even though it's for a different person, I'd like to see, because Friday I'm going to do another stream like this, but it's going to be Black Friday oriented. And I'll probably do one on Cyber Monday too. But yeah, I'm very tired. The build up to this week and then this week itself is the most exhausting time of the year for me. I can wait. Let's go with Mike. All right, cool. I appreciate that. I genuinely appreciate that. Thank you. All right, everybody. If you are on the list, listen up. If you're on the list, me ending the stream does not take you off from being on the list. You stay on the list in the order in which you entered your forms. So no worries there. A lot of you are probably going to be looking at deals that are not available yet anyway, not until Friday. So there's that. But I have a lot of stuff planned. I'm probably going to end up doing a build stream on Thursday to show off the new Black Friday systems that are going to be coming out on Friday. Man, Ari's going to be so mad at me because it's the only day off she's gotten in the last 2 weeks. I really wish we had gotten this stuff earlier. But I got to do it before Friday. I have to. All right, Defiant, thanks for hanging out. Does it run hotter with glass sides versus open mesh? Not necessarily. Depends on how well the case is designed and how you set up your airflow. If you set up your airflow properly, then it runs fine. And that's why there's so many cases that run like that. As a matter of fact, the most popular case, or the case that really popularized the dual chamber setup, the 011 Dynamic, was designed in conjunction with someone who is a famous overclocker and who knows a lot about airflow, Der Bauer. So let's take care of yours. Now, I'm going to ask you a little question here. This 3,500 is in US dollars or Canadian? That's a maybe, Crash. I mean, I do know ex-military man, of course. I'll see who's streaming when I'm done. Now, I will tell you that because I don't know when someone's we don't know when someone's going to end their stream and things like that. It is pretty bad. What is it? It's bad form, I guess I should say, to go into someone else's stream and say, "Hey, I'm going to ask this person to raid you," because I might have already had a raid planned or something. So don't make me say no to something like that, especially when I already like somebody and think they're cool. I'm trying to build around $2,000 Canadian. Okay, you see that you're bumping up against the maximum character limit. Okay, but I already know enough that you have qualified. Congratulations! You have qualified to be roasted on stream. Because it says here, the thing you're agreeing to when you're filling out the form states in bold, if you ignore the instructions in any of the questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. Let's hear it for him, everybody. Let's get to this. Now, you might notice a little bit of weird formatting in the question here. This formatting has come as a result of people completely ignoring what I say here. First off, US dollars, underlined and in bold, is now getting upgraded to also being in italics. Oh boy, this is exciting stuff, everybody. Oh, by the way, the roast thing, I'm not being mean. This is a good-natured roast. Don't worry. I typed that in so you know it's true. I love it when I'm exhausted at the end of a stream. So you didn't do it in US dollars, and you also set it for a higher amount than you're comfortable with. Listen, any budget you've got is a viable budget. Whatever your budget is, it's your budget. So if you're not comfortable doing 3,500 US dollars for sure, because you didn't pay attention to that thing, but Canadian, put the budget that you're comfortable with. But as you see here, what has already been upgraded thrice, all caps, well, 4 times actually, all caps, italicized, in bold, and underlined. People see the word maximum and they're like, that doesn't mean me. I'm going to put a lower budget, even though I can certainly spend more, or probably spend more. Like, you wouldn't have to do a whole paragraph. You could just be like, yeah, that's my budget. You put the US, okay, in your texting, it says 3,500 Canadian is pushing it. 3,500 US dollars is a lot in CAD. There are a few that I've seen that seem like a good deal. I know nothing about computers, so I need help with what I should get. I know I would like to have 2 terabyte solid state drive if I can. Games. Like you don't need to do all of that. The reason for this form is that it boils down the life story aspect into exactly what I need to know. If you follow the instructions. If you don't, then you have to do a soliloquy, and you don't need to be doing that if you just do this here. So what is the actual budget in US dollars you're trying to stick with here? Because that's what I'm going to build. I'm not going to build it for multiple budgets. Okay, in that case, this is the option I would have suggested right here. The $2,500 US. The reason these questions exist is not just to provide me with information. It is to encourage you to ask yourself these questions and be honest with yourself, and thusly afterwards be honest with me. So, cool. See, as far as roasts go, pretty mild one. Okay. But Quoted Tech is a great place. Happy to go there. Looking at your options here, you're doing gaming and coding/game design. So we want to have a good amount of CPU cores in this thing. You don't care too much about upgrading your CPU down the line. Let's see if Quoted Tech has the latest. Here's what I'm thinking. All right. Latest Intel is probably going to be a good way to go here, and it's going to be getting better and better over time. So let's see here. I always forget where I put Quoted Tech. Where did I put Quoted Tech? It's under 4. I moved it to foreign SIs. There we go. Okay. Save $200 on any computer. I don't know if that stacks with my code. So there's that. So it looks like the main difference between professional and gaming series is that, oh, and by the way, their pricing thing is really confusing because it'll be in CAD here, but then in US dollars in the configurator. I've been meaning to talk with them about that. So I think the main difference here is like the appearance. If you want RGB and you want that kind of appearance, then you go with the gaming series. If you really just want it to be understated, and do both gaming and professional use cases, then you can go with the professional series. I would usually just go gaming series, but you let me know if there's a preference there. Wait, okay. Now 1,600 US dollars. Okay. I actually didn't mean to do this. I meant to open it in a new tab. So now we're on our third budget. Yay. That's my favorite thing. How it's continuing to change. Like, you need to understand that Asteri. What did you? Oh yeah, you were up there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you were there before. I was like, did you enter it again? Okay, $1,600 now. That's a big difference from $3,500. I'm sure you understand that's a little confusing for me. We'll see if we can do it though. Just understand, that is the last time you have changed your budget with me. Okay? If you want to do a different build with a different budget, then you can make some changes in your own build. You said nope, as in that's being the third change. No, you said 2488 US dollars earlier, so I said 2,500. Then you said 1600 US dollars. Nope, it's 2250 Canadian. You see there where you said 2488 US dollars. You see that, right? Okay. But if you've been watching, you'll notice this hasn't happened with anybody else. That means that maybe you have some thinking to do about where am I really at my budget? Where am I really at? Because, you know, it does make this harder for me, but we're doing this. Choose your model, choose your specs. So we're looking at around this one right here. Let's see what we can do. Oh, okay. All right, let's go back. Choose your model. We'll start here. There we go. That's not great. One thing to be clear about is that we are looking at a boutique builder here. This is a boutique builder. I think we might just need to do the thing I don't normally do. Let's see. What kind of customization do I have here? None. Okay, we're going to try to do a custom build. Start your build. Let's see what we can do designing it from scratch. You said you wanted it in black. You don't know if you need Wi-Fi. You don't know what resolution you want. We're probably going to have to go 1080p. Because the thing about it is, it costs a good amount to get parts shipped into Canada. So systems just cost more there, unless you're a massive company like Best Buy. So we might end up looking at that. Okay, see this? Is this US dollars or is it Canadian? We don't know because it doesn't freaking say. So watch this. We add to cart. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. It's US dollars. So confusing. But thankfully, we're under budget. We can mess with this a little bit, see where we get to. 14600 KF is fine for what you're doing here, coding and game design and gaming. Now, as long as this has the latest microcode, it should be okay. But we could go with a 245 KF for $86 more. It is a bit more there, but that's how you get, because you have to have a Z890. Yeah, this is built in Canada. The downside to getting from an SI that's outside of Canada is if you ever need to RMA it back to the US system integrator, it doesn't cost you anything extra to ship it to them, just costs a lot for shipping in general. But when they ship it back to you, you have to pay duties every single time, apparently, as far as I understand. That sucks. So if you're going to get it built by a system integrator, you get that done in Canada if you can. 32 gigs DDR5 5200 is fine. It's a 1 terabyte Kingston NV2. The 2 terabyte would be $57.97 more. Now, from what I understand, you could either use my code, which should take a chunk off of this, or I guess there's a $200 off code. So we have some leeway to do an upgrade, and I would like to see if we could do a 4070 Super. That would make this $1661 and 63 cents. That's $61 US over budget. Also, what does that do to the power supply? 650 watts is not quite where I would want that to be. 750 at a minimum. 4070 Super, I believe, requires a 700 watt power supply. And now we are at $1,700 US with the $200 discount. It's not quite in range. So this is $1,700 with a $200 discount. I'm not sure what I don't think it stacks with my discount. Now, if you want to get a system from like Best Buy Canada, you can do that. But I would generally prefer to recommend a system integrator like Quoted Tech. If you have the range to go up in budget, then you should do that and go with Quoted Tech if that's something that's available to you. Apocalypse. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead, because you basically told me the range you're in. I'm going to go ahead and do a build for you here. You see the Core Ultra 245KF is another 14-core CPU, just like the 14600KF, but you don't have to worry about any microcode shenanigans just yet. As far as we know, it's fine. And this is going to be a balanced CPU. It's not going to win at the charts when it comes to gaming, but it's got 14 cores. And I would say that that's going to be a solid option for coding for you. The thing about it is, with the 14600KF, you have 20 threads. But with the 245KF, you have 14 cores, 14 threads. There's no hyper-threading there. But then you don't have to worry about it. Now, the latest microcode should have fixed everything with 14th gen, and it should be fine. So I would say maybe stick with that. Z790 VC DDR5. Okay, so this has 6 USB Type A's, 1 Type C. That should be fine for just gaming and coding. Wi-Fi 7 and a 2.5 gig Ethernet port. This is fine. The cooler, Thermalright Frozen Nutted 240 Black is fine for this. This is the maximum this can fit is a 240 or 280, so that's good. Or maybe just a 240, actually. I'm not sure. I think 280. But the 4070 Super is the big upgrade here. This is going to give you more VRAM, and it's going to give you better performance in gaming, and it's going to allow you to go with a 1440p monitor. 32 gigs DDR5 5200 is definitely a choice for coding. I'm not sure if that's going to really require a ton of RAM. I think CPU cores are going to be the real investment here. This should be okay, but I would like to move you up to a faster memory for $28.99. This is a really good memory, the Kingston Fury Renegade. And you have 1 terabyte of storage. You can upgrade that if you want to have more storage. That is up to you. If you feel comfortable adding your own storage, it looks like this motherboard has at least an additional M.2 socket on it. Yeah, okay. Wow, that's a lot of PCIe slots, and most of them are covered by the GPU, but okay. This has 1 extra M.2 socket on it. So if you're going to add another M.2 drive for storage, make sure you get a large one for that. Don't get like another 1 terabyte because you've maxed yourself out for your really fast storage at 2 terabytes. 5797 can get you a 2 terabyte NV2, or you can get yourself a much faster drive at 1 terabyte for $28.99. That might be the move, actually. I'm going to recommend that. I'm going to go and recommend that. Not only does it have onboard DRAM, it also is PCIe Gen 4 in the higher range. This is also PCIe Gen 4, but this is going to be higher end, 7,000 megabyte per second read, and this says 6,000 megabyte per second write. It's actually 7,000 megabyte per second write. It's matching for both, so just a correction there. Yeah, like the 2 terabyte and the 4 terabyte say that. Am I wrong about that? I could be wrong about that on the 1 terabyte. Either way, read and write speeds are higher than what you're seeing here. 3,500 megabyte per second read, 2,100 megabyte per second write. This is more than double that. So for $28.99, while you're compiling code, that could turn out to be pretty helpful if you're compiling it to that drive. And we upgraded you to a 750 watt PCIe Gen 5 MSI power supply. This is a highly rated power supply with PCIe Gen 5 or ATX 3.0. So there's that. And then you can choose some sleep cables if you want, but I probably wouldn't do that. I would probably keep this simple. Windows 11 Home included there, but you can get it. Check this out. One of the coolest things about Quoted Tech is you can get Windows 11 Home without having it activated, and it saves you $115. Then you do what I was talking to the Micro Center person before, okay, where you then go to my YouTube sponsor VIP CDK deals, and you get an OEM license for Windows 11 Home for about $20 with my code BRAY25. it's going to save you like $90 right there, 95 bucks. Can you just add that now? Add what now? You do need to be, because like time passes before you say anything, you need to be specific when you say that. Did you mean storage? Did you mean, what did you mean? The 2 terabytes. Okay, so we'll go to a 2 terabyte drive. I guess instead of going with the faster 1 terabyte, we'll go with the slightly slower but larger 2 terabyte drive there. I'm assuming you meant for your primary drive, not as in adding another one here. There you go. And with the no activation thing, that helps bring the price down considerably. So now we are at $16.76 and 13 cents. That's quite good. Quite good. With a RAM upgrade, the GPU upgrade, and yeah, the storage upgrade, the power supply upgrade, all those things. Yes, I did. I'm going to go ahead and pull an executive decision here just for future upgradability. Let's put you, no, 750 is fine for this. Let's put you on a slightly higher end power supply at 850 watts. It's not necessary, but that's not the point. It's for future upgradability. And you're not going to be using 850 watts constantly. It just provides whatever power the system requires. And it's rarely ever going to approach that power limit. That's 21 bucks more. And then if you do go out with a GPU upgrade down the line, you don't necessarily, you might not have to upgrade your power supply. We do this. But I'm sending you the build. You can actually change this if you like. There's a code right there. That's my code. I'm thinking that what you might want to ask them is like if it stacks with the Black Friday code. I am not sure, but now you know what my code is in case you decide to use mine instead of the Black Friday one. But my code might not be as good of a deal. But there you go. I always disclose, I disclose this, but anytime you do use my code, it saves you money and also supports what I do. If you choose to go that way, you can. But there you have it. Is there a $200 discount? Yes. Want to thank you and sorry for getting to you. It's my first time being on live. That's okay. That's okay. We do get that a lot. It's not a problem. Okay, everybody. I'm glad that I was able to do this stream. I have a lot of work left to do. I might actually end up just having to sleep instead, but I'm pretty tired. But okay, we are now. Yes, I know, Crash. I know you're in his chat too. Don't go saying anything. Let it be a surprise for somebody at least. We're raiding ex-military man on Twitch. Come along with me, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for joining. I hope that you have a wonderful evening. And keep an eye out. I'm going to try to throw together a video about the 2 PCs, just so you guys have a reference for that. And it's going to be a good time. So, yeah, I'll see you guys. Keep an eye out for announcements. It's going to be either tomorrow or Thursday. I'm going to do a big build stream of 2 PC, both of those PCs coming up. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!